Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps and I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the ball. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for appeasement. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pour strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin.
And I hope everybody had a good night, man. I stayed up late after the fight, man. Let me tell you something, bro. We are getting some excellent fights, man. I'm talking about, man. I can't remember a time, you know what I'm saying, that we had this much fun watching these fights. Look, man, I'm just saying, man, like that fight last night was so damn good. I mean, that it just kind of like brings you back the nostalgia of when fighters were fighting each other, and you know what I'm saying, we were getting like these great performances from these great gladiators in the goddamn ring. So I'm just like, wow, man, that was a barn burner last night. And respect, man. Shouts out to Roiman Villa, man. I mean, I salute that guy because he took an ass whipping, bro. And it's not a lot of guys that can stand in the paint the way he did and take an ass whipping the way he took, bro. He took a major ass whipping, and with a dude that got power in both hands, who was like just crackulating on your ass, bro. Just looming, goddamn Roman Villa, bro. I'm talking about he really came forward as much as he could. You know what I'm saying? He did everything he could, but he just didn't have the skill set to get in on Boots. Now, he in some spots, what I did like about Villa was, you know what I'm saying, he did try to back Boots into the corner, and he did get some shots off. I think he hurt Boots a few times in the fight, but not enough to for you know what I'm saying, for Boots to like really back off his game plan. You know, I saw the reaction, you know what I'm saying, Boots, I think it was like a shot in the third round where he hit Boots to the body, kind of like that, like when Ugas hit Earl Spence Jr., you know, he kind of like, you just saw him like, you know, react a little bit and kind of, you know, be a little bit more apprehensive, but Boots continued to do what he was doing. And once he broke Villa down to the body enough, bro, you know what I'm saying, Villa slowed that pressure shit up. And I know a lot of the Bud Crawford fans are probably going to look at Villa like he's Errol Spence Jr., something like Crawford could do the same thing to Errol Spence Jr. But Errol Spence Jr., he's not. He can do more things. He has more ways to get in. He has a better jab than Villa does. You know what I'm saying? Villa, you know, he's a really slow guy, man. I mean, Boots made it look like he was in slow motion, moving in slow motion. And what I saw was, you know what I'm saying, Boots just doing. He showed us everything, man. He showed us everything last night, even though he's saying like he only showed you a little bit of what he had. And I do believe he got some more things in his toolbox, but bro, that kid has a lot of skill, you know. And I'm not saying like, you know, say he's the best to ever do it, you know, say anything like that. But just from what I saw from that eye test, Boots can beat, you know, he would give anybody. He would get Bud Crawford, Errol Spence Jr. a lot of trouble. Because one, they getting older, and two, he's at the peak of his manhood. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't the fact that sometimes you could be better than somebody skill wise, but just because you're older, you know what I'm saying, they're younger, they got more, you know, more stamina, more vitality. And I'm not saying that he will beat EJ, but I think he'll give him a lot of trouble. I think EJ got the experience and to, you know what I'm saying, I think he got better placement, and I think the way he fights would probably give Boots a lot of problems. But we're just watching a fighter that's getting his experience in, and it's beautiful to see how he's developing. He just needs to continue to fight, you know what I'm saying, that level, Villa level and up. He don't need to go back to fighting, you know what I'm saying, the Claytons of the world and shit like that. That's not going to help him progress. And see, he probably couldn't get up for that Karen guy. He probably couldn't get up for Karen because he felt like he could just go in there and do what he wanted to do. But that's not how the pros work. You know what I'm saying? It's all about, you know, doing your research on the styles and knowing what you can do and you know, setting up the game plan. You can't just go in there thinking you can knock out anybody, right? That's not how that shit works. You go up in there looking like trash. You know what I'm saying? Because these are professional boxers, even though they may not be top or elite, but they know how to nullify you in certain aspects. You know what I'm saying? So let me holler at my people. What's going on, BH? What's going on, Mr. Moet? What's going on, Cop Killer? Salute to y'all, man. What's going on, Andre Smith? What's happening, Charles Young? What's going on, Edward Plex? What's happening, bro? What is that? Nizer Sims? What's happening, bro? Salute to you. And I hope I ain't mangling your name too much. And Cop Killer say, let's see, Cop Killer say, he said Boots had a great performance last night, but that don't mean he could beat Spence and Crawford because they are not stiff and robotic like Villa. Yeah, I mean, and it don't. And you're right, it don't mean that he can beat them. But from what we see of the eye test, you know, so we can't lie to ourselves and say, you know, because one thing about Bud and Errol is they getting older. They getting into that next. They're getting on the other side of 30. And could he beat a Bud in his prime? I would like to see that fight. I think he could definitely beat Bud Crawford now. I think he would beat shit out of Bud right now. I think Errol Spence Jr. beat shit out of Bud right now. EJ is a different story because he's still kind of teetering on that point where you kind of lose some of your abilities and stuff right there at 33. But you know, boxing is a young man's sport for sure. And if you're not, and Boots, the thing is, this is the thing. Boots is one of the motherfuckers that stay in the gym, bro. He's one of those dudes that stay trained up. He stay ready. And that's the thing about young people. You know, you remember when you were growing up and you know, you always had them homeboys that lift weights, you know what I'm saying, and stay training for a fight that don't even exist. You know what I'm saying? They train to kick ass, you know what I'm saying? And that's Boots. You know, he's fighting for the fight that hasn't even happened. He's staying in the gym, he's staying ready, and he's just on top of his shit, splitting wood, doing all kind of old school training, climbing up ropes, turning over big tractor tires. He's doing that Mr. T shit in Rocky 3. He's doing all that kind of shit where Rocky was fucking around on the bike and taking photos with hoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you had Mr. T was at that. That's Boots right there. He's hungry and he's staying tip top. He's staying next level. And if you're not doing that, see, when you get older, you know what I'm saying, and you're not doing all these things and staying hungry and staying on, you know what I'm saying, on the edge, staying the top, you know, staying staying in front of the people that's hungry, that's coming after your titles, then you're not on the edge. You know what I'm saying? You're susceptible to getting beat, right? So, you know, that when we see Errol Spence Jr. pulling out all the stops, you know what I'm saying, you know, training, you know what I'm saying, flexibility, doing acupuncture, you know this man is serious. So right now, I don't think Boots could beat EJ because he's firing on all cylinders as far as his motivation, as far as getting his body in tip-top physical condition. I don't think Boots can beat that Errol Spence Jr. Now, you know, before Errol Spence Jr., he had his youth and his prime, you know what I'm saying, to speak for himself. So he could go out there and don't do strengthening conditioning and fight a Sean Porter and get away with it. But that was the perfect time for Errol Spence Jr. to get beat, you know, by somebody like Boots, somebody who's on top of it. Well, even Sean Porter, he pulled out all the stops and trained to his physical, you know, apexes, his physical, you know what I'm saying, the best he could be, and he still lost to Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? But if you put it in the hands of somebody as athletic as a Boots Ennis, then that's a fight that Errol Spence Jr. could lose back in his prime. You know, when he was slipping and doing fat camps and stuff like that is what I'm saying. So, you know, but right now Boots is looking really good, man. I'm talking about he's really coming into his own. And we as boxing fans, you know what I'm saying, we just need to admit it, man. The dude is the shit, man. I mean, did you see how he was switching, bro? And I'm not just talking about for the sake of switching. I'm talking about the way he utilized it. It was effective switching. I mean, jabbing with the southpaw jabs, and then he'll switch and he'll jab the shit out of him with the goddamn orthodox stance, you know, out of the orthodox stance, hitting him with the fucking the uppercuts from the southpaw stance, hitting them with the uppercuts from the, oh man, I was sitting in this thing just watching them, and I know Villa ain't you know, he ain't Marcus Madonna or somebody like that, but I was impressed by the way Boots handled the pressure. I mean, because he really was cracking. He was trying to crack Boots, man. And before Boots got his timing, it was a little problematic. It was a little problematic. I'm gonna just tell you, for real, it was a little problematic for Boots. I was worried for Boots because he was getting tagged a little bit up in there. But you know, that's good too, so we can see how Boots handled you know, say a punch from a puncher. And I thought that was cool because we got to see how Boots react under pressure. And the answer is the motherfucker passed the test. He passed the test, bro. He passed the test. And I'm not saying that Villa is the best one, but we don't have those kind of fighters really that could take a shot, to give a shot, and keep the pressure on you, especially against somebody like Boots, who got power in both hands. And Villa was the perfect type of fighter to bring that out in Boots. We could see Boots is going to be one of them kind of fighters that different great fights or fighters that he fight are going to bring different things out in him. And that's what's going to be the beautiful thing about watching Jaron Boots Ennis. You know, those fighters that don't even know what the hell they're going to do because they got so much pure gifts and abilities, you know what I'm saying? And you might see something special, like when we seen Roy Jones Jr. put his hands behind his back and he caught that motherfucker with the right hook, and then he just dipped out like he was in a rap video or some shit. And that's the kind of shit I want to see from Boots, you know what I'm saying, against in some great fights. But let me see, Andre, what's going on, man? Salute to you. He says, I'm glad you got off early to check in with us. Oh, of course. Well, what happened was, you know what I'm saying, I'm off today, but I had to get some sleep in. I'll be still doing videos after y'all going to bed. I'll be doing, you know, I ain't got no, no editing company to do my stuff. I edit all my stuff myself. So it takes a lot of time. And, you know, then I have to get some sleep at some point, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, so I be trying to keep up with it all. And, you know, I know eventually, that's why I'm glad I'm small, because, you know, if I get big, then I'm going to have to get some help. And I don't have, you know, I don't want to put no money into hiring people to edit my videos. I like the creative part of it. I like focusing on what I want to focus on. I don't like just putting content out there to put I only put out shit that I want to talk about. And that's what I love about my channel. I don't want to get the size of Blue Blood and just have to keep pumping out content just because every little thing that drops. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I like you guys being a checker. Y'all tell me a lot of things that I don't know what's going on. And that's the beauty of these boxing channels, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't have to be a media company, you know, like you know, Blue Blood or some of the you know, some of these guys that got to just keep pumping out content on every damn little thing that busts out in boxing, you know what I'm saying? You know, be a fan. You know what I'm saying? Like Charlo say, man, learn to be a fan. I mean, learn, sit back, man, learn to be humble, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to be the nigga that know every damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's one thing about me, you know what I'm saying? If I'm interested in it, you know what I'm saying, and I want to do a video, and that's what I'll do. I can't keep up with it all, you know. Plus, you know, I got to have a life. You know what I'm saying? You know, you do got to live, my nigga. You know, following this boxing shit, it's like stuff drops all the time. So, you know, so I can only keep up so much, but I enjoy it though. You know what I'm saying? The little that I do, and the things that we're talking about, you know what I'm saying? I really enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? But it is a grind though. It is a grind. I ain't gonna lie. Because when we go off live, I got to get to the next thing, and I got to go look at it, research and see what they're talking about, stuff like that. So, you know, it is a grind, bro. But, you know, y'all fill me in on the shit that I'm missing, you know, because y'all boxing aficionados just like I am. So, you know, if I'm missing something, y'all fill in the gaps. Y'all send me stuff. Y'all let me know what's going on so we can cover it. And that's the beauty of being small and being in this boxing thing, you know. Mr. Boyd says, he says, Villa could develop fluid offense and better footwork than he could be in this era. Chino Madonna, yeah, Chino got way better footwork. He's way more active, and I think his punch resistance. But Madonna, you know what I'm saying? I think he fought. Who was that he fought when he got knocked shit out of? I got to go back and look because you know, when he's fighting somebody with power, you know what I'm saying, he's still rushing in there. You know, so he got good punch resistance, you know, and that's what Villa got. He got good punch resistance. That's why he lasted so long. But when you keep charging in there with somebody with some power like that, with the power of a Boots Ennis, who could hit you with a number of things, because he wasn't just hitting them with a one shot. That overhand left, man, that shit was killing him, and that solar plex shot was breaking him down. He got that from Floyd Mayweather. I mean, he just did simple things in that ring, and then he did some shit that was just a signature Boots Ennis type shit, like, you know, when he was pivoting and when he got on them ropes and shit, man, and that motherfucker did that damn head movement and he spinned out on him. I was like, oh my goodness, this nigga hit next level. He for sure. You know what I'm saying? He is for, and then he was blocking in the heat in exchange of some of the action. Man, he was like blocking that shit, man. It was like a good little segment in there where Boots was just blocking everything, going backwards, bro. I'm talking about, and then he was countering the shit out of him. I was like, wow. Hey, this was a really good showcase fight for Boots Ennis, man. I'm just so excited that we got a fighter that's stepping up that can like really raise his performance level. And you know, everybody's like, you know, Boots ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? But Boots is that dude, man. I'm telling you, if you could deny it if you want to, but that dude is the shit. You know what I'm saying? He's another threat, you know what I'm saying, in this division. Boots' footwork, head movement is elite. Yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. His footwork. Did you see how he was twisting and turning over his shots, bro? Like in the little video I did, man, it showed how he just followed throughs with his shot, and he's able to his weight transition going back to the left side to the right side, and he shows you in his little training videos how he do that shit, and he's doing that in the fight. He's just pivoting off that foot, twisting into the shot, getting maximum power. The motherfucker is textbook, bro. He's textbook with it, and I love that. What's going on, Loyal to the Game in the building? You know what I'm saying? Let's see, Loyal to the Game. He said, Boots is ready to win, lose, or draw. Yes, sir. Let's see. He said, Boots passed the eye test. Motherfucker strong and fast. Exactly. He got it all, man. He just got to stay away from them women. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like Samson got his hair cut. See, he was beating everybody. Samson was beating everybody ass. You know what I'm saying? The motherfucker took a mule, the jawbone of a mule, and he kicked a whole army ass and shit. Then he just stopped messing with them women, cut his hair, and he got fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So he just needs to stay away from the women of Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? Stay on his grind. I don't know how his daddy going to do that. But once he start coming into the money, we're going to see if Jaron Boots Ennis' performance go down. When that lifestyle change, you know what I'm saying? We got to see. And plus, you know, Philly is a close-knit community. So he's already got the rappers on deck, family and shit like that. We got to see how all that affect him as his name starts to grow, as he become a star in boxing. How is he going to handle all the fame and all the attention? You know what I'm saying? So he already seemed like a little low-key, flashy dude. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with that. But as long as he keeps staying in that gym, he'll be all right. He said Boots' talent is undeniable. It is, BH. It is. It's undeniable. He says, Edward Plex says, I seen that between Devin and Shakur. It would be a great fight. Yeah, but, you know, Shakur he's got to be reasonable. To get in the game, you got to have something to offer besides an ass whipping. You know what I'm saying? You can't just offer somebody an ass whipping and think you're going to get beyond, you know what I'm saying, whatever they offer you. You know, if Devin did it, you know what I'm saying, going to Australia, having to fight the same dude 2 times. He did what he had to do to get in that position. So Shakur, he's going to have to make some sacrifices, in my opinion. And if Devin's going to come back to 135 and weaken himself and probably going to end up taking an ass whipping from Shakur by being drained at 135, then he better accept that 25% to become the man like Floyd Mayweather did with Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? So you got to make sacrifices. You can't come in here like you some prima donna because you got skills. You know what I'm saying? You can't offer nothing but an ass whipping, you know what I'm saying, from the undisputed champion, right? You got to respect it. Let me see. Same fight, different round. He says, what's happening, Poole? He said Boots would give them a good damn run for their money. Those people going to try to take from Boots, but it's all BS. If you ain't watching Boots, if you ain't watched Boots last night with that performance, then you full of ish. And you're right. You know what I'm saying? We can't deny the up and coming folks because, you know, Errol Spence Jr., Bud Crawford ain't going to be here. Ain't going to be here forever. They're not going to be here forever, bro. You know what I'm saying? So you got to embrace. I've seen this transition over the decades. So it's going to happen. The new crop is always going to come in. What's going on, Mr. Moet? What's happening, bro?
Full Counter Boxing. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Oh, man, doing great. You know what I'm saying? Doing great, man. What did you think, man, of that awesome performance by Jaron Boots Ennis last night, bro? What did you see?
Hey, Boots looked incredible, and you got to say he did what he was supposed to do in fantastic fashion. And so he's living up to his billing as the second coming in the welterweight division. You know he's not at the front of the line, but he's damn sure in the middle of the line. And he's leading the pack. And at this point, I mean, I feel like his coronation is not necessarily going to come from facing Bud or Earl. You know, they at the front of the line and they're handling their business with the belts. But as long as Boots has that IBF interim, he's a member of the IBF, so they'll, you know, be providing him good competition, and he'll try to work through that mix of Stanionis, Thurman, and Ugas. And although those guys I don't think they're necessarily ranked in the IBF, but you know, I think because they're Showtime PBC fighters, something can be worked out business wise to get them in the ring with Boots. The guy, man, he put on a hell of a show. And I'll say Villa, you know, I knew Villa was going to be a tough competitor for him, no question about it. And I'm basing that off of, I mean, I went to the fight in January at Tank's fight when he fought the other guy. And I saw that fight when Villa fought Rashidi, and everybody who was sitting in my section, we were not surprised that Rashidi lost the fight and Villa won. Like, we literally saw the whole fight. Was like, man, he walking Rashidi down this whole fight. Like, and as the fight wore on, we just saw it. Like, man, Rashidi, I don't know about that. And then hitting that canvas really 3 times, but they only counted 2. I knew Villa was going to be game, and he, although in a loss, what Villa did for himself is now he's implanted himself as a firm competitor at 147, right there in the middle of the pack. And he probably now you got to beg to ask the question: Could Villa beat a Thurman? Could Villa beat an Ugas? We don't know, but that's what he won last night. Although he lost, and on the record, he got an ass whooping too. But he did come away winning some points with the fans, and now he's.
I'm just agreeing with you. Go ahead. You there, Mr. Moet? Go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, and in closing, I feel like Villa supplanted himself as a true competitor at 147. We know he can't do nothing with the top dogs, the Boots, the Spence, the Bud. He need to leave them alone. He'll probably like a Sean Porter. He can do his work, good kind of B- B-level fighter, and he can do some good work in the middle of the pack, make him some good money, get him some good signature wins. But Boots, man. And the last thing I'll say, Paul, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, man. This fight was important for Boots to show a different ring generalship than what he did against Karen. He got a lot of criticism, and I think it was warranted in his last fight. But this fight, he reestablished himself as a dominant contender and currently interim belt holder in the welterweight division.
I agree with that 100%, man. You can have a bad performance, and the thing in boxing is, people always judge you by your last fight, no matter what's going on with the fighters, or the motivation to beat your opponent. All that shows what kind of mindset that you have. It's like if you can't go in there and beat shit out of a lower opponent, and even though style makes fights, the way you approach your mindset, the way you approach Karen, even though you couldn't get up for the fight, your skills need to still show. And he did win every round in that fight. But how you handle, how you think your way through a fight that's where a fighter's not coming to you, or how Boots do better with pressure fighters that's going to come to him, because he got fast hands, he's got power in both hands, and he has great defense. So, but with the fighters that stay away from you, we saw Regis have trouble with that. So you still got to be able to be versatile enough to think your way through and how to dominate those kind of fights. And I thought that this was just a fight that was kind of like ready-made for Boots. But he had an opponent that that we rarely see, that kind of warriorship, that heart, that can absorb punches like that, that's willing to go through the fire to get his shit off. And Boots showed us that he can sustain. Like, we looking at Villa like he's Errol Spence Jr., somebody like that, like somebody who's coming forward, somebody who got a chin, somebody who he could hit, and somebody who can actually hurt you too, because he hurt Boots. Did you see where he hurt Boots? Did you see Boots get hurt in that fight?
Yeah, I saw it, and that's why. And handing it back over to you, that's why we thought that Villa was game for this matchup, because he landed some pretty good punches on Boots, and wasn't backing up. He was bringing the fight, and so that has to be commended. But Boots showed that he has an iron chin as well.
I mean, did you see the one point where Boots chose violence, bro? Where he came into the middle of the ring, and that weird half shell thing he does is so effective. He came to the middle of the ring and met Villa, and you knew he wasn't going to take a step backwards. Yeah. I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, oh my God. That's when I started
Hey, look, and you saw when Boots did that one move, it was almost like he was moving like a zombie. You know what I'm saying? He went slow-mo, and then he threw that stiff ass jab right to Villa's face, and then caught him with a serious, fast, lightning fast uppercut with that left hand, man. And one thing Boots showed last night that I really love, man, he showed that he can throw that uppercut from way outside. He don't have to be inside. Yeah. Yeah, he showed a very nice repertoire of some of his tools and his athleticism. You know, he looked just as good in round 10 as he did in round 1. And again, that showed. So let me ask you this, Pool, because I made a comment on YouTube earlier. It wasn't a video. Matter of fact, it might have been a video. But look, man, you know I'm 10 toes down for Errol Spence Jr. And the reason why is back in 2018, I went to the Barclays to see Earl and Lamont face off. I'm from Maryland, so I went to support Lamont. And Lamont got his ass whooped. And I was blown. But, you know, my homeboy, you know, we rolled up, man, and he was like, man, I'm telling you, Errol Spence. So ever since then, I'm like, man, Errol Spence, he's the truth. And he's shown that. But one thing that I've noticed in the lead up to this fight with Crawford from the press conferences, and if you look at the photos and the videos that either Showtime is putting out or that Earl's putting out on his Instagram or Twitter or whatever, Paul, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. Physically, this is my opinion, bro, but I'm telling you, physically, Earl don't look like he's in dog shape yet. And he only got 2 more weeks to go. It's 3 weeks until the fight, but fight week ain't no training on fight week. They just, you know, doing some fine tuning and all of the promo stuff. But Paul, I just want to get your thoughts on that, bro, because I'm starting to be a little concerned because when they kicked the press conference off, Crawford was already in dog shape, and Earl had to get in dog shape at that point. But what are your thoughts?
Okay, you said I believe Errol Spence Jr. was that he took that year to get in shape. He took that year to, like, you know what I'm saying, get to nutritionists and get everything lined up. So I think in that aspect, EJ is okay. The problem I have is EJ rests. He haven't fought in that long while Bud has fought David Avenesian. Right. So that's gonna be the problem as far as, you know what I'm saying, going rounds in the ring. But I think because EJ is such a crazy workaholic, right, and the way they spar is they spar like they fighting. So they don't spar like just to practice. They spar like it's a fight. And if that holds true, I think he's not going to be as rusty. And I think he's doing the acupuncture and he's doing all this stuff for the flexibility. Okay. He's doing all this extra stuff. He's doing that so he can go in there and not have that ring rust. He's doing that so he can be more fluid. Renzo, you kind of, let me put another link up so maybe you can get on in there. I haven't seen Renzo in a minute. But he's pulling out all the stops so he can adjust for that, or he can make up for that. But we're still going to see some ring rust because he's fighting somebody who uses athletic ability, somebody who uses different feints and stuff like that. Right. So he's going to have to keep up. He's going to have to keep up with that. And him being 33 is going to help him out. Him being a younger guy is going to help him out. At some point, if he gets the Bud's body, it's going to be over for Bud. But we'll know in the first 2 to 3 rounds what it's going to look like, because if Crawford could stay away from EJ going to have to make up for that, because, you know what I'm saying, if Crawford can run, if he can run around and box EJ, that benefits him because he could pot shot and not take the damage. So he start to fade in the second half. We know that. I think what EJ is going to do is he's getting in top shape so he can take those shots, so he can get in and put that damage on Bud Crawford's body to slow him down. Because once Bud Crawford slows down, then he's in the realm and the world of EJ, and so it's going to be important. So it's going to be important for EJ to really, really get himself in top tip conditioning. So because EJ, because Bud is going to catch him. Bud's going to catch him. How EJ? Bud's going to catch him, but it's just. But I think EJ is going to brace himself for when he get caught, so he can keep going through that shit, and that's going to break Bud down mentally. Once he get hit on the chin, he see that shit don't have no effect. The fight's going to be over. Yeah, the fight's going to be over. Yeah. Once he catch EJ, and he's going to catch him, and he's probably going to catch him early because EJ is going to come. And so I think Errol, with this fight, and if they have a second fight, I don't think we're going to have too many more fights out of EJ because of everything he's been through, the wars with all the top. When you fight top opponents, every fight takes a lot out of you, and he's out of his youth. He's out of his youth. What you say, Rizzo? What you say, bro?
I always cut you off when you get to rolling, bro.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
Ain't gonna be no rematch. But to the homie who was pointing out Earl's physique, I agree 1,000%. And I was just saying the same exact thing with my fellas in a group chat on Facebook that I've been having for a few years. It's about 20 of us in there, and we talk boxing every single day, bro. Yeah, bro, I was saying the same thing, and the brothers was like, "Nah, man, you tripping, you jumping to conclusions, you and fam." I'm like, most of us is Arrow heads in there. We all rock with Arrow. It's just a couple of Bud groupies, but we let them rock because it's still love. You know what I'm saying? So we've been going back and forth for 5 years. Like they 5 years. That's, bro. I wish y'all, man. I swear to God, bro. I wish y'all could be just, man, in that bit. But yeah, dog. If you go back and look at the Ugas build-up, Errol started early, bro. And I mean, as far as training camp goes, that man looked like he got back with Blu-ray, straight up, bro. Man, not only did it look like he got back with Blu-ray last year going up against Ugas, it looked like him and Blu-ray just had a new fucking, like, I've never seen Errol like that ever in my life. Before the accident, I mean, go find any training camp, bro. I challenge anybody in this group chat to go find.
There's one. The training camp. There's only one camp where Errol looked better than Ugas, and that's
Chris
Algieri.
I'm gonna have to go check that.
Yeah, go check it out.
Oh yeah, he looked like a gorilla in that
fight. Like, everybody always brings that fight up. I usually always forget about that.
It's because he looked like a.
No, what you need to do.
He looked like a Batman goon in that motherfucker. His traps were out of sight.
I know he still had the shag, so he was definitely bodying motherfuckers. So.
Yeah, just if you go to YouTube, just type in Errol Spence training for Algieri, and you'll see. There's some videos of him hitting the mitts with Derek. He was a lot leaner. He was a lot more cut up.
Like he was.
He's not with. I'm cool with Blu-ray. He didn't get back with Blu-ray. He got new people he working with.
Right.
But the only thing, and I will admit, that was the best he looked in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
The only thing that I noticed that was a little concerning for me is he seemed a little bit too big. Pause. To like not as no Earl. So like for instance, if you go look at the Lamont Peterson fight, or if you go look at say the Kell Brook fight or the Ocampo fight when he was with Blu-ray, Algieri Bundu. If you look at him fight his last fight against Ugas, and it just could be a thing with age, because you put on weight when you get older, like you get bigger. I just found him to be a little less agile than when he was working with Blu-ray, but that could be from a car accident. I mean, I was in a car accident, it wasn't nothing like his, and I'm still dealing with shit. So I don't know. I'm not making any excuses. I'm just stating that I did see some versions I thought were a little bit better, but What I saw last fight, it will definitely do against Bud.
Mm-hmm. And Bud knew that too. That's why he stalled it this long, because
Facts.
Errol was in peak shape, bro. Like, I understand people, maybe saw some inconsistencies versus Ugas, but as far as I'm like, he improved at least 75% from when he fought Danny to Ugas.
Yeah, he wasn't
At the
healthy.
very least, 50% he improved. At the
Yeah,
very
he
least.
wasn't healthy against Danny, man. I
Mm-mm.
mean, he was still having surgery
I
on
don't know
his mouth
what the
going
hell.
into
I was
tomorrow.
really concerned for. Yeah, I didn't know if Danny was gonna deck him or not. I'm like, God damn, bro.
Y'all, you got to keep this in mind too. When Earl fought Ugas, remember he had almost done a full training camp in preparation for Pacquiao. They
right.
called that fight off 2 weeks before that fight was supposed to occur. And then you look up what was it, a few months later or literally less than a year later, and here he is coming up facing Ugas. So I mean, to be honest, that was good because Earl had consistency, and that's one of the differing factors that I'm recognizing with this new crop of fighters led by Boots and your Frank Martins and your Shakur Stevensons and Devin Haney's. These dudes are staying active. Boots talking about he gonna get a third fight in before the end of the year. So
well, these gentlemen are at points in their career. I'm sorry to interject, but these gentlemen are at points in their career. When you're fighting championship fights, right? Staying active in the way that those younger guys are staying really isn't plausible. Because championship fighters, right, ain't lining themselves, or guys of that ilk ain't lining themselves up to fight those dangerous fights one after another after another. The damage that the damage that they take during those and the preparation for those is a lot of damage taken just in training alone to get ready for such a fight. So that's a difference in the contrast. One thing I just wanted to say was we saw Special last night.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Special last night, fellas, right? Like, we like to put tags on motherfuckers a whole lot of times when they don't deserve it, right? But Roiman Villa, I promise you, at 147, if you look at the landscape of 147 and what it is today, and you exclude, let's say, the top two guys, right? And everybody got an argument about who the top two guys are, right? My argument been for a long time that it's been Jaron Ennis and Earl Spence. I know other people are gonna have a bone to pick with that and other things, but it is what it is. But if you were to take that Roiman Villa that we saw last night, that lost all 10 rounds to Jaron Ennis, right? But if we were to take him and drop him in the ring with any of the 147 pounders today, they losing rounds to that man somehow, some way. Floyd told y'all a fight, anybody can fight for 6 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So for Speedy to fight and to be up them 6 rounds, bro, it fits right in the line of that, right? Fits right in the line of that. A fighter can look good for 6 rounds, but it's a 12-round fight. I told y'all then Speedy was gonna punch on that boy. I mean, that Villa was gonna punch on Speedy. Speedy stayed over there for a long time for a reason. He stayed ducked out for a reason. Because he ain't special. He good, but he ain't special. It's a difference. Villa is good. It took special to beat him. Straight up. It's gonna take somebody special to beat a guy like that.
And Villa hit hard too.
Phenomenal point.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, and I don't know how good. I mean, I know where I'm at, so I know the brothers that I'm talking to. Right, I ain't in one of them other places. Right, I know I'm in a place where people watch boxing. You seen Villa actually try to employ some different things. We actually seen him use a jab last night. Okay, so I'm just trying to say you can't drop that man in the ring with nobody else at 147 pounds outside them 2 guys I named and not say they don't lose some rounds to that man. And again, if you're a Renzo fan, sorry, you got to swallow that. I done seen the boy lose rounds to lesser competition. Tell me I'm lying. So I'm telling y'all, bro, it's a difference.
Let me ask you, big dog.
It's a difference between special and just a good guy.
Let me ask you, big dog. Let me ask you something real quick. Why you roasting right now? Say if Avanesian, right, when he was about to fight Crawford, let's just say they pulled out the fight, injury, anything, you know what I'm saying? And they throw Villa in there real fast. What happened? How does that look?
I think it's a firefight. I think it's a firefight, and it could go either way. I think it's a fight. Listen, okay.
Than green beans?
Listen, hear me out. Hear me out. Size-wise, Roiman Villa is the big guy, right?
Yes, he is.
He looked huge in the ring last night, right? We've seen Crawford in the ring with size maybe once or twice, right?
Yeah.
Ricky Burns was not Postal was kind of tall, right?
Yeah, Benavidez.
Okay. And with Benavidez, what we see him do?
Stay there all flat-footed, stationary, long jabbing Bud and catching him with shit he shouldn't have been catching him with for 12 rounds.
And Bud played ring around the rosy until he got confident that the boy was tired and was really dragging his leg, and then he sat down on his shit, right?
Every fighter I've ever seen in my life, dog. This motherfucker make Daddy look like Floyd.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. He was responding to the size. We didn't see the same Bud Crawford that we normally see. He was responding to the size with a careful manner. Imagine a guy like Roiman Villa, the same way that he was coming for Jaron Ennis last night. Because let's be honest here, Jaron won all 10 rounds, but at least for 9 of those rounds, there was always an air of Villa could hit him with something. Always an air of Villa could hit him with something.
Facts.
And that's what I'm saying about a special fighter, right? A special fighter can be in a tough fight and still be special, and you can clearly see it. And you can clearly see the effort that the other man is giving would overwhelm most men. But we seeing special. I'm telling you, if you drop that boy in the ring with Crawford, bro, Crawford gonna lose some rounds. Crawford gonna have a tough time with Villa. He would not fight Roiman Villa unless he was a mandatory.
I agree with you, brother, because man, Jaron Boots Ennis was hitting Villa with some stuff last night that some people would have been already down on. But
in the first 3 rounds, brother, facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
That heat, that boy throws straight heat, man. I'm talking about, I mean, when you see a puncher, man, he could punch you anywhere, bro. And you're going to be hurt, man. And what we saw was Boots tested, man. He was tested. That dude back, and Boots, he was comfortable. He was comfortable when he got backed up into the corner. He didn't give a shit. No matter where he was in the ring, he mastered wherever he was. And then the way he was making Villa miss. Now, at first, Villa he was connecting because when he stopped putting on the pressure, and he took some good punches. That's something I want to see from Boots, too. I want to see him take a punch from a puncher. And man, but once he got his timing down, he started slipping shit. And the way he slipping, it was impressive. It was kind of like a Mayweather way because he was making him slip in a phone booth. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. He was making them slip in a phone booth. That's rare. That's why we talking about special. And then, let me show you what this nigga did. This nigga, you know what I'm saying? He parries shots. He catch shots on the inside. And then with the same hand, he would hit you with a straight left. And then he'll turn that shot into an uppercut.
Goddamn right.
He would hit you with the shot, turn that same shot that he's on into an uppercut to come back with the second shot, not going off, bringing his hands home. He'll just off the, I was like, what the hell is this?
Parry game like Andre Ward. It's like he took pieces of everybody fighting style. Like that inside parry game, that's Andre Wardish, bro. Straight up. And being able to step into the punch.
Fluidly.
Yes.
He do that shit like it's just second nature. And y'all got to look at these little things. And I'm not saying that it's going to work against a higher opponent because Villa is, you know, so we'll give him a B plus fighter, you know what I'm saying? Because he don't have all the other intangibles. You know what I'm saying? He don't have the foot speed to keep up. He don't have the athletic ability to keep up with somebody like a Boots Spence or Crawford. But what he do have is heart, and he has will, determination, and that's some shit that you can't like really put in other fighters. That's a rare quality. So a punching bag, a heavy punching bag that can punch back. You know what I'm saying? So, man, that he passed that test. Go ahead.
And you know what else was beautiful last night too? Man, I don't know if it was just me, man, but just everything Boots was doing, I could just see everything. Like every last thing he was doing, from defense to offense, like every last thing, like how he was catching them with the uppercut, how he was blocking the shots. And you know what I think too? I think he let Villa
get off a little bit to get him comfortable so he can throw a little bit more. Because for a minute, Villa couldn't do nothing, man. Like he was just in the shell. But it was just, I think Boots showed us like 3 different sides. He showed us that he can box. He showed us that he can stay in the pocket and throw him, because he was in the pocket with Villa at a point in time, and they was just throwing it for a minute, which had me nervous a little bit. I'm like, man, what is he doing? Like, because he didn't have to do that. But I think he just wanted to give the fans, and he just wanted to show everybody, like, hey, I'm that guy. I can fight any way you want me to.
Look, shouts out to Bozy too, because I don't know if y'all paid attention, but there still was some learning in there. There still was some teaching in there, and there still was some shit, right? Because Jaron jab worked so good in them first 2 rounds, splitting that goddamn guard and opening them up, right? That he got to believing that it was just going to be super easy. So he came out in the 3rd round and he kind of gave a little ground a little bit. He kind of let Villa start working a little bit. Soon as he went back to that corner, Bozy got on his ass and told him, hey, don't start doing other shit. Keep doing what I told you. Keep doing what we're supposed to do. Keep breaking them down, and I'll tell you when to go get it. You feel what I'm saying? Listen, man.
I'm sorry, A1. Is it just me, or Derek James and Bozy kind of got that old school
boy?
They teachers.
You said it before I said it, PC. I appreciate it, homie.
They're teachers. They're both of them teachers, man. That's what's so great about
Facts. I mean, again, bro, when you got somebody that would tell you your shit stink, they don't care how big you get. You know what I'm saying? They would tell you your shit stink. You in a good place. As long as you keep people like that around you, because you're going to keep elevating. You ain't got nobody shouting in the background how great you is all the time, and it's all love in the goddamn gym, and you training for the biggest fight of your goddamn life, and then you get the other snippet of a motherfucker and everybody over there working it. Well, it's hot in the motherfucking nigga saying you ain't shit. I'm telling you, it's a difference, bro. It's a difference. And Bozy on that same shit. That's why the boy a threat.
Last night's performance is exactly what I expected. Now, I could just be a little super critical or hypercritical, I guess. The worst of things that Boots was doing that kind of annoyed me a little bit, but my wife just kept telling me, like, yo, the dude's young, like he's 26, he's from Philly. I used to live in Philly.
You know, I came up here, Grease, to ask you what you had to say about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know I hunted you down, Grease. Soon as I seen you click on it, I had to come up here, because all that hot talk about Roiman Villa and what he couldn't do with Karen and all of that, and I told you the man literally ran when he was in the ring. He literally ran. So everybody had them doubts, and everybody was talking this, that about Boots. As soon as Speedy got punched on, like I told him they would, everybody, well, Villa be the guy to do it. I said, that's the wrong one. That's the one that's gonna let all y'all know who Jaron Ennis is. So now, you know, everybody play like they don't hear 817 when he say certain shit, and y'all know y'all be seeing me all around or whatever. But I'm telling you, this morning, it ain't none of that. Now it's Earl running the 154 to get away from it. You feel me? But ain't nobody got that to say. And now everybody want to shit on Villa. But I swear to God, if you drop Villa in the ring with anybody else at 147, not name the 2 guys I said, they having problems.
Villa will give anybody other than those top dogs at 147 a problem. And I put this in the chat earlier. I think Villa might need to hook up with Chino Maidana and just learn some of those tactics and techniques. Because if Villa gets some footwork and Villa gets some fluid offense, that motherfucker's a problem. Because he has the punch resistance. You know what I'm saying? He just needs to learn how to be a little bit more offensive in a strategic, precise way. But that's a bad motherfucker right there, man.
I'm telling you, we got ourselves a new Collazo, who's, you know what I'm saying, in Villa. I think he's like a Collazo level, somebody who can hurt the elites, you know what I'm saying, but don't just have that extra thing, you know what I'm saying, to put him over the top. He, you know what I'm saying, like, y'all get what I'm saying? He's like a Collazo type.
Right, because Collazo hurt Thurman, but he couldn't finish him.
Oh, he hurt everybody he get in the ring with. It's just that he don't have that extra, you know, footwork. He don't have that, and even though he can move, but it's like he don't have that extra thing to put him over the top to maintain, you know, the power and keep the power on people. Even though, you know, Collazo almost got a Thurman up out of there. But I think that he's like that. He's kind of like a Colonzo type of dude, you know, before he got old and shit, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
So he's going to be like a journeyman that tests anybody who ain't supposed to be there. You go through Villa, and he's going to show you if you are fake up in there and you think you're just going to come in there and box and shit, and like Rashid could have won that if he would have used some boxing IQ. If he could have kept boxing, not try to put too much power on his punches at the beginning. He was just jumping all around the ring, and Villa just walked his ass down, bro. And he just got tired at the end. He gassed out, slowed down, and that's when Villa just put them things on him, dropped him 2 times in the damn last round. So it's like, God damn, bro.
Fam, I just feel like he thought he was discouraging Villa. You feel what I'm saying? With what he was putting on him in the first couple of rounds. And then when the motherfucker kept coming, he was like, well, I'm going to hit you with this shit. But Speedy, you ain't never had that shit. You reaching back for something that you ain't got. And in the process of you looking on that shelf, reaching back for some power that you ain't got, this motherfucker start punching you upside your shit. What you should have did is been in good enough shape to keep doing what you the best at. Evading, punching and evading, being quick, getting in and getting out, taking a walk when you need to. Nah, Speedy wasn't taking no walk. He called himself gonna try to stand in there and put some oomph on him because he felt like he was outclassing dude, when basically you fell right into his hands. I called it before the fight, even before it happened, bro. Real shit. I called it. I told him, I say, that dude gonna punch on Speedy, man. He gonna figure out Speedy ain't got no power. Speedy gonna get tired because he ain't gonna be able to keep up that same pace. And I think this dude gonna punch on him. Mind you, I just saw a snippet of Roiman's first fight over here. Because you know he ain't fought number twice over here. Well, 3 times now.
Well, one thing about it, you know, we really wasn't sold on those Rashid Elliott's. You know, he had been on the shelf for a long time at Golden Boy.
Well,
and so we really was.
Ooh, well, Pete.
I'm just saying, like, you know, we hadn't seen Rashidi, like, you know, he was still working on his shit. He was working on his portfolio, and we were trying to see if he was going to be one of them next niggas at the top of the division. Thanks. And he just got upset. We just showed that what he looked like against a pressure fighter, a tough ass pressure fighter that could take some punches. And man, he failed that test. That's what that looked like. And Boots passed that test. That same test Rashidi Ellis took. Now I know the triangle theory don't work, but you know, I think Boots would still whip Rashidi ass.
I really think Boots would destroy Rashidi. I think it'll end a lot earlier than the Villa fight.
Facts.
I think so too. But I mean, I think in this case, he makes the triangle theory work. You know what I'm saying? Boots, with all them skills, man, that dude's skill level, you know, so you could tell he comes from a fighting ass family. Like the Mayweathers, when you saw the Mayweathers, how they came out of their family camp, you could see the same thing in Boots' family. You know what I'm saying? His brother was a fighter. His daddy was a fighter. Shit, probably his goddamn great-granddaddy was a fighter. Them dudes, they got a legacy over there. And that's why he's special. That's why he's above the game. He's ahead of the game because of his family, because of Bozy. And so I think we're going to see, they're going to be the new Mayweathers, you know what I'm saying? Unless they get that grandboy up in there who are already punching that goddamn 3 years old. You know what I'm saying? That little motherfucker's in there already trained.
I can see him having a rematch as well in regard with it when belts on the line. You hear what I'm saying? Because, I mean, look at the landscape of 147. We know after this fight, Earl going to 154, right? Right? Win, lose, or draw. Earl going to 154. The rematch supposed to be at 154 and not for any belts, right? They're not going to be able to hold up the division any longer. Right, especially if Earl wins. Now, if Crawford wins, I see him retiring. I don't see him staying around at 147 to try to fuck around with a Jaron Boots Ennis or even a Roiman Villa. It might be a Thurman fight. He could steal some money out, steal some money out of, and get out the way. You feel what I'm saying? But essentially, them two guys really, if shit go the way I think it's gonna go, you're gonna see Earl move and go to 154, and you're gonna see Renzo either bark up that tree one more time to get another bag or sit it down, right? So then you got what? Standing owners, Virgil out of there, rhabdomyolysis. They trying to sell you that he going to 154, but the man career in jeopardy. Okay. So you got standing owners, you got Butayev, and who else? Thurman. Come on now. Who else? Okay, that's why I'm saying Roiman Villa for the next couple of years can be a viable option in that division and also fight for a fucking belt. That's another reason why he had that happy to be here as mentality last night.
How y'all feel about Rashidi versus Barrios?
Oh shit, he'll beat Barrios.
Yeah, you know man, he'll beat shit out of Barrios.
Yeah, he'll beat Barrios.
Shit, right now,
Barrios, he's consistent, and that's it. He's just a consistent.
Barrios is getting better, especially at this weight class.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's a consistent pro. He working on it, but the leaps he making is small. He making small degree leaps, and he, you know, even though he's fighting top dudes, you know what I'm saying. And Keith Thurman ain't exactly what he once was. You know what I'm saying. He's not.
Bro, Tank will sleep Keith Thurman.
That was a hell of a good first fight at 147, though.
Bro, Tank will sleep.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Tank will beat the dog shit out of Keith Thurman. I said it. Tank Davis. I said it, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Definitely not.
Sean Porter. Sean Porter, before he sat down, what he do? He went and sparred Tank Davis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After him getting his ass whooped, that was confirmation. I'm telling y'all, confirmation that he need to hang him up. And what did Leonard Ellaby come out of that sparring talking about, y'all, in front
Tank
of a camera?
Versus Thurman.
Okay, so let me ask y'all this: you ain't never seen Leonard Ellaby come out and talk about other fighters that we don't want to see Tank fight, right?
No.
But he damn sure came out of that sparring talking about seeing Tank and Thurman, because Thurman ain't that goddamn big. He ain't that motherfucking tall. Look, I know what Tank said he wasn't willing to fight. I know about the size difference. I know about the weight class difference, y'all. I understand that. But hear me out. Thurman, I'm telling y'all, if he don't run to 154 and try to get some smoke up there, if he fuck around and lose to Ugas, what other bag out there waiting for him? From 147 down.
Well, I'll tell you this here. Once you start losing and you got a name, you know what I'm saying, everybody's coming for you.
Thank
you. You know what I'm saying? Once they smell blood, the wolves smell blood. And Thurman, he's always, for like the last 4 or 5 years, he's been in there where everybody want to get Thurman name on their resume.
On their resume.
So he got to watch. And see, that Ugas fight ain't good for him. You know what I'm saying? Unless Ugas, EJ took a lot out of Ugas. He's probably not the same. So that's what Keith's gonna have to bet on, because Ugas go to the body like nobody else, bro, except for maybe Earl Spence Jr. and Boots. He gonna get Keith ass up out of there. If he got anything left in his gas tank, he gonna get Keith ass up out of there, because Keith ain't been
Keith to the neck. Ugas like to punch in the neck a lot. That's how he knocked Earl mouthpiece out. He punched him in the neck, even though he retaliated from Earl punching him in the neck.
Yeah,
Earl did little sneaky shit.
And also,
little subtle shit.
Yeah, facts. And also, like Fam said, Thurman did struggle with Barrios, didn't get him out of there. And no, we haven't heard contracts, but Steven Espinoza even said last night when he was asked, if we can go ahead and finish up and get it done. You feel what I'm saying? So it's definitely something that they trying to work on. It makes sense. And Thurman gonna fight before this year is out. And I think it's going to be Ugas. I think it's going to be Ugas.
That's a hell of a fight, man. Now let me ask you a question. I was so goddamn pissed off with this Virgil Ortiz versus Stanley on this fight. This shit was like this nigga fainting after the damn weigh-in, and now it's canceled again. And I'm like, bro, I'm so damn tired of goddamn Virgil Ortiz. I don't know what to do with myself.
Can I go first on this one? I think it's unprofessional, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can't make the weight because you done had 2 attempts already, and with the same issue, you couldn't make the weight, and then 2 days before the fight, you done passed out. If I was staying on this camp, I'd be pissed off.
I think you got to break down what rhabdomyolysis is. Man. I think we truly got to break it down. And then, truly draw educated guess or a hypothesis on how it's going about, right? Because it's basically, as I understand it, it's the muscle fibers of tissues breaking down into the blood and releasing this particular deal or whatnot that makes it harder for his kidneys to filter. I think it's Maya Globe or Maya something. The shit that the muscle fiber releases when it's breaking down, and that's what's making him sick, right? So
that nigga need a hamburger. That's what he needs.
Okay, so it could be. So a lot of things we want to try to focus on is losing weight, but is it the diuretics that he may be taking to lose weight?
Right. Like,
you know what I'm saying? Like what is it?
Oh shit!
So nobody.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because we talking about kidneys here and the filtering of kidneys and shit and muscle fibers breaking down or whatever and shit like that. So either it's overtraining, right? And if it's overtraining, then it's truly unprofessionalism. But if it's some other things, right?
Yeah, that nigga taking that what do you call it? That pregnancy drug to lose weight,
bro. I'm more about well, we know about the fighting shit, and the first thing commonly we can think is he not losing weight properly, right? But bro, when they give you a diagnosis or what actually is causing this man, okay, well let's find out what the diagnosis is and then attack it from that avenue. What the fuck are they doing over there to cause him to continually have this problem? And it's one that it can flare up again, y'all. It's not like he doing some boom, he doing some boom. Now, once it happens, like it can flare up again. Matter of fact, I got a personal acquaintance that knew somebody that had it. You know what I'm saying? Went through it and recovered from it, and then it just flared up again on them, and they passed away.
Wow.
Yeah. So we're talking about something serious here. So when they just said that the man was jumping to 154, that's all the save face, and the save face for his fucking career. His career is in jeopardy, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so too, man. When you cutting weight, that shit is serious. You damaging your body. You're a grown ass man. It ain't no grown man that weigh 140 and shit, 147. Not when you that age, bro. So they doing things. They're going against nature. And when you weakening yourself, it drops your punch resistance.
Complications when he. I'm sorry, man.
Go ahead, bro. So you good? You fam. Go ahead,
bro. We were talking about this like all week, bro, and dudes got real emotional with me when I said, "Hey, fam, this seems self-inflicted to me. If it's not self-inflicted, then I'm sensitive to it, and I can retract some of my statements that I made. You know what I'm saying? But if he did this to himself, ultimately is what I'm saying, bro. If he did it to himself, ultimately, that's on him, bro. And if he was a black fighter, and I'm gonna land my plane. If he was a black fighter, bro, you already know he goes, oh man, you're always making excuses, and no, you gotta produce X-rays, you gotta produce CAT scans, dog scans, bam.
Now
let him have been a black fighter, dog. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that, but the unprofessionalism of Golden Boy, right? We have to talk about who handling his career as well, right?
Now we talking, yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about Golden Boy and they lack of ability to be professional with their fighters. Because here's the thing, right? I truly think this was something that happened in regards to him not training properly and losing weight properly. And now it's just flaring back up because he has the issue. It's one of those issues, bro. Our health is so funny, bro. All it takes is one thing for us to do, and we can fuck up our health for the rest of our lives. You feel what I'm saying? And when you training at these levels or whatnot, and guys are pushing themselves and they chasing money, they willing to do things, you know what I'm saying, that us normal civilians wouldn't do. And I think on my end, in my opinion, Virgil pushed his body too far, and now it's coming back to bite him. Straight up. I don't think it's nothing that he's shooting in his ass now for every fight and then it's fucking him up losing weight or nothing like that. I think Virgil pushed himself too early in his career. I think Golden Boy allowed him to do that. The handlers, the people around him, trainers, whatever the fuck. They didn't treat Virgil like the rest of their commodities. It's evident. The rest of their commodities, they treat like shit and ain't really, you know what I'm saying? Ain't really took care of. And this is just another example of that.
Yeah, great articulation, man. That was great, bro. I mean, you got down to the meat of it, man. Pushing himself too early, cutting out. When you got an expiration date. Not everybody can cut weight like Earl Spence Jr., who's a big guy, and fight at a high level, cutting all that weight. Now you can only do it for so long. You see what Devin Haney looking like, cutting all that weight. You saw Teofimo Lopez what he looked like. Eventually, that weight cutting shit is going to catch up with you. And you don't know how many fights you have before that happens. You just got to get out there and see, you know what I'm saying, how you rehydrate, how your body reacts and stuff. So sometimes, a lot of times, it's not the skills of the fighter. Sometimes they just be weight drained, bro. Sometimes, you know, the things that they got to do. You saw Michael Rivera in that fight with Frank Martin. He looked like shit, bro, but I didn't know he had been fainting to make that weight. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be fighting at that weight, bro, if you fainting to make the weight. You know what I'm saying? So when you rehydrate and you look like shit, it's on you because you accepted the fight. There's no excuses once you get your ass in the ring. So you got to do everything you can do to be at your best. You know, I don't know how I feel about this weight cutting thing, but if you can fight at a high level and you can fight for 12 rounds, you know what I'm saying, at a high level, good. You know what I'm saying? But if you can't, bro, you know what I'm saying, nobody's going to give you a pass for when you get your ass beat. It's not going to happen.
You know what's happening with these fighters, bro. I'm going to tell y'all what's happening with these fighters. Let's keep it a buck. If we was in there and we had a fighter, right? We'll look at our fighter honestly. Us sitting in the office after training, after sending him home, right? And we got him as a pro. We looking at him and we saying, "Say, man, we got us something here, but we know we can't do certain shit with him, right? Because he ain't ready for that yet, right?" And then we looking at the landscape of where our kid gonna fight. And we might look at one weight class where he close to, let's say, you know what I'm saying, we got us a 175-pound kid on our hands, right? A light heavyweight. But at light heavyweight, there's some motherfuckers that got some shit that he ain't ready for. You know what I'm saying? And he'll have to face that way earlier than he would at, let's say, 168 pounds or 160 pounds, right? Mm-hmm. We look at it and say, hey, man, it's a better landscape for him to have success there. And then we can move him up closer to his natural weight. That's how that shit goes down, fellas. Devin Haney and them, say, man, they looked at him and said, say, man, you can run this way here. You feel what I'm saying? You can come in and run this way here, grow into yourself, grow into your shit, and then fight at the weight you're supposed to. That's how it's going down, fellas. But sometimes some of these cats, in the process of that, we seeing they don't belong down there. Motherfuckers fainting on the shit, taking off all their clothes and shit. Motherfuckers don't belong down there, bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, my thing is this though: how was they able from about the golden age of boxing? We talking about the 30s, and let's say to about the 80s. How was they able to make same day weigh-ins? I mean, I ain't saying they wasn't training back then. I'm not saying that. I know weight cutting was going on since goddamn Moses was in slippers.
Right.
He did. So
I'm
saying, how was them dudes?
Moses in slippers.
How was them damn Lions, them Haglers, them Hearnses, them Leonards, them so forth and so the Arguellos? How was they able? Them dudes had same day weigh-ins, fella.
What we got access today? What we got access to today compared to that time?
Diuretics and all kind of shit like that.
I'm talking about everything that you have at your disposal today in 2023 as a human being compared to what you had back then. You feel what I'm saying? There's so many more things that occupy your day. There's so many more commitments that they have, so many more things that they're doing nowadays to where they, you know, back then, shit, what was we gonna watch boxing, y'all? Wild World of Sports. Right? Or HBO. Maybe. You feel me? You know, we've come a long way. We got so many different options, so many different facts, so many different things that are available to you as a human being. So, plus, you know, it's just evolution, man, in the times.
Well, plus back then, you know, they didn't have a lot of I'm sorry. Yeah, they didn't have a lot of the distractions. So if you had to lose weight, they had all day just to lose that weight. You know what I'm saying? Or for 2 weeks, you know what I'm saying? They could go out there and just, you know, get in the sun. They were working guys. They wasn't these dudes sitting up in the apartment playing games and shit. These dudes, they worked for a living. You know what I'm saying? They were right. They could lose fucking 2 pounds in 3 days because these motherfuckers was out there in the sun. They were doing
that hot gym shit was going around. Everybody had a hot ass gym. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So, you know, they can concentrate on losing that weight real fast, you know what I'm saying? Because they were because of the times, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker was doing physical shit, lifting hay,
How the hell was them dudes able to goddamn retire with 70, 80 fights?
Hey man, that's something I couldn't even tell you because I was watching some of that old shit.
They were fighting 5-6 times per year.
Cause the money, bro.
They were fighting more than that, man. I mean, you had motherfuckers fighting next week. You know what I'm saying? They had broken eye sockets, broken fingers.
Like think about Floyd Schofield last night. How much money y'all think Floyd Schofield made last night?
Probably a little, probably
150,000.
Probably 150K, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Now take that 150K, that same 150K, and offer to a motherfucker in the, let's say in the 50s or 60s or 70s.
Okay.
Bro, you talking about a major motherfucker making $150,000. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's why motherfuckers are having to fight 5 and 6 times a motherfucking year. They wasn't making no goddamn money. And listen, back then, there wasn't so much money involved, so you don't have a motherfucker like Jared Anderson who can get up there and say, hey, man, I'm really just good at this shit. I don't love it. You know, I'm just big and I'm good at this shit. I don't love it. Now, back then, you had to motherfucking love it because you wasn't making no goddamn money doing it.
Though. Ray Robinson said he hated the shit. And Ali said he hated the training too. He said he hated this shit.
Right, but that's later on, right? That's later on in evolution, right? We talking about later on, closer to our times too, fellas.
But look here. If you thought negotiation was a bitch, now if you go back and research some of the documentaries on Sugar Ray Robinson, they said Sugar Ray Robinson will wait till the damn fight night, go out there, look at the size of the crowd, and then go in there and negotiate for more money and say he ain't going out there to fight unless you give me what I want. I'm telling you, he would do shit like that. He would change his mind constantly, bro, and control that shit. Yeah, I mean, interesting, bro. Interesting. You know what I'm saying?
Great topic, though. Great topic.
But he would give you some. He would give you some repeat fights with Jake LaMotta. He would give you some. See, that's the kind of shit that we don't have in boxing today. Motherfuckers ain't fighting for the legacy. Being the best, they just want the money, man. The money fuck up everything in life.
Facts.
Yeah, the money fuck up everything in life, man. You used to get 6 fights out of motherfuckers back to back. You know what I'm saying? You know, if it was a really good fight, but we don't have that now. Motherfuckers just want to get by you, like Canelo. That's why I can't stand this nigga. You know what I'm saying? He would just get a controversial win and keep moving, bro. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? Then they still
make sure he fights you when you're on the downside, when you got a chink in the armor, when it looked like you ain't the guy. You know what I'm saying? Till he ran out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? We all said with him the rubber was gonna meet the road at some time, fellas. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
No question. When
nobody willing to pay him for nothing. You feel what I'm saying? Now it's time for you to get paid for something.
Yeah,
Canelo,
go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
My bad, Paul. Real quick, I was going to mention on Canelo, his ascension essentially came from losing to Floyd, and once Floyd retired, then Floyd kind of coined Canelo as the pay-per-view star of boxing, and Canelo ran with that. And that's how Canelo made himself to what he is. Canelo didn't learn that shit through hard competitive back-to-back fights and going for the belts and like a Earl Spence.
And we can blame Floyd for that, can't we? Because Floyd, the one who helped put him up on that pedestal.
Floyd,
to get the money out of it.
And Floyd beat the hell out of him, and he still got the fame.
Facts, but he propped him up. He propped him up to do the robbery, y'all. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
He propped him up on his pay-per-views and let him build himself up on his pay-per-views, knowing motherfuckers hate him so much. I'm gonna put him on my shit every time, and then I'm gonna turn around and beat him and make a big ass bag.
Yep.
And motherfuckers fell for it.
But my problem is this is my thing, man. Why are so many Negroes, you know what I'm saying, give Canelo? I mean, he is a decent fighter, don't get me wrong. But why do they give him so props when they see the bullshit, bro?
They heard some of us do it. Because they heard some of their favorite fighters do it, and they felt like it was okay.
Not only that,
I was like, bro, I gotta keep it real, man. At all times, that nigga wouldn't. If that nigga would have came up and fought the Charlos like he's supposed to, and he would have fought the Boo Boo Andres, he wouldn't have the record that he got, bro. If he wouldn't have had the loyal fan base that he got and the network deal. The network deal really fucked Canelo up as far as his legacy. You know, his real legacy. There's a fake legacy Canelo got, and there's a real legacy. His real legacy is that he avoided all the tough fights. You know what I'm saying, coming up. And he manufactured his career and he matched well. That's what he did. That's his real legacy. You know, all that other Hollywood shit, you know what I'm saying? Oh, he knocked out these champions. He bypassed David Benavidez, right? Even though it was Devin's fault that he lost his belt, but he never did. This man fought 3 eliminators to get to Canelo, and they wouldn't allow it. So they ignore the facts of reality. And I'm like, bro, I don't even want to talk to the fucking Canelo fans because it's like they ignore all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Then they make it look like you hating. I'm like, bro, come on. If you're not gonna acknowledge all the bullshit, they paved the road for him to get undisputed. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't even fight the best guy in the division. Then don't talk to me, bro. Don't talk to me nothing about Canelo if you can't keep it real. And then when he finally fought a real one, and somebody who can put some punches together and knew what they were doing in the ring, somebody at a high level like Bivol, he got his ass whipped like he wasn't nobody.
Hey, he got his ass whipped when he got his ass whipped the one time with Golovkin. Lara whooped his ass and got jobbed, and Austin Trout was on his ass until that open scoring. We ain't seen open scoring in a major fight like that since. And Austin Trout was on his ass till they put that shit up on the scoreboard, and he seen he was behind, and he got off his game plan, and he got slept. So every controversial fight that comes with him, you know what I'm saying, against those types of guys, you seen him go away from, and he damn sure didn't try to go back and get that Bivol smoke.
That's what he didn't try to go back and get none of it. None of it.
He dropped his belts at 54 and 60 to avoid Andre and Charlo. That's his legacy, like you said.
How he just now fighting one of the twins though? Like just now? The twins
just now looked like one of them had a chink in their armor. That's why he was willing to fight him.
Exactly. And Jamel been out the ring for about 14 months, bro.
But now they snuck him with Lil Bro though. But see, they snuck him with Lil Bro though, because initially
that's what I'm saying. He's been out the ring. He's been out the ring for damn near 2 years too.
But I guarantee you, right off the top, y'all. I know that the fight made this shit, right? I know the fight made, y'all, but I guarantee you, he was all ready to fight Big Bro. When they brought Lil Bro, that motherfucker paused. I guarantee motherfucking to you.
Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now.
No, it's funny. I don't.
Oh no! Hey, this guy, he just want to pay there.
The other twin, the tweet.
He know good guy. He know guys. He know body.
Canelo had me rolling when they asked him a question about facing David Benavidez. Not you make me upset. Now I got to go.
I don't fight Mexican. I don't fight mi hermano.
I represent Mexico.
He couldn't steal bags from nowhere else, and he had to face the music. But I guarantee you, when they brought Lil Bro, he paused, y'all. He paused. But listen, that's the only way he was gonna get a solid bag. And I'm gonna tell you something: when you do good business, right, and a motherfucker make some money, and he go out around somewhere else, and he got to deal with some bullshit, they always gonna come back. I knew at some point either he was gonna retire a coward or he was gonna have to face the music to make some money. You did.
So let me ask y'all a question. So Canelo and Mel, they coming up in September. Mel fights at 154. Canelo fights at 168. What weight do you think that Mel is going to come in to the weigh-in?
It's 168.
They find that 168.
I get what you're saying.
Right. So what do you think Mel is going to come into at the weigh-in? Do you think he's going to come in a full 168, or you think Mel going to say I'm going to come in at a healthy 162?
I think.
Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think Derek Jackson is smart, man. They're gonna play this smart, bro. I think they're gonna do the right thing, but I don't think they're gonna come in and know. It's no need to do that. It's no real need to do that.
I'm gonna tell you, the real question is Canelo gonna eat some of that Mexican beef? You know what I'm saying? Because if he come in this fight throwing 16-piece combinations, hell no, bro.
I think we may see Canelo at a higher pace early, but I think if Charlo carries him, if he's able to withstand the extra weight, the extra power, which we all believe he will be, then in the later rounds it's truly gonna show Canelo gonna slow the fuck down. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think if Canelo comes out with a higher pace, then he know he's cooked, right? So he's definitely going to do the Canelo. He's going to be patient. He's gonna be down on rounds, bro. He's going to try to knock out Charlo. That's his hope. He cannot outbox.
That's one thing about Canelo. He's never down on rounds, bro.
Oh, no. He started the fight 5 rounds.
Well, listen. Hear what I'm saying, right? We know that the judge is gonna job him on the cards as far as rounds. You know what I'm saying, as far as him always being the favorite, right? But I'm saying as far as fighting style, the jab gonna lead the day, right? The jab and the application of the jab. We know Canelo is a counterer, right? So if Charlo is able to move, let's say the first 2 or 3 rounds and jab a bit, right? And just walk around the ring and get a feel, right? In truth, it should be at least a 2-1 card or a 2-1 card, right? Or a 1-1 swing round type shit. What you gonna see, right? I'm telling you, Charlo, as far as his skills, they mirror somebody like a Bivol or something like that. You dig what I'm saying? Because again, the fundamentals are key.
Yeah.
And Canelo is a fighter, not a boxer. Charlo is a boxer puncher. You feel me?
Yeah, I think Derek James gonna have a great plan.
Yeah, and their style's not gonna change. As far as the weight, I see him coming in anywhere between 160 to 165 pounds comfortably.
Well, one thing about it, all Jermell Charlo need to do is recognize the setup, because Canelo has to be set, because all he's doing now is throwing power punches to the body and trying to break you down. You know what I'm saying? Once you get up against the ropes. So just like Bivol recognized that Canelo has to be set to throw those haymakers. And he got quick hands. That's his advantage. He got quick hands. He had quick reflexes. But now he's in decline. And what really is going to give Jermell the advantage, he don't see Canelo as some superior fighter. See, and that goes a long way in the fight psychologically. You know what I'm saying? He don't see Canelo as this mythical. He hung out with Canelo, you know what I'm saying, back in the day when it was at 154. They know who Canelo is. They know exactly who he is. So when he goes in there, he's not going to have that mental superiority shit going on. Jermell look at him like he's the best fighter, like he's better than Canelo. So he's going to go in there with that attitude. So he's going to be able to do what he got to do. He's going to be able to concentrate on the game plan. He's going to be able to use his jab and school Canelo. I know a lot of people. I just don't see what they see when they see Canelo. Yeah, he got a little bit of head movement that he learned from Mayweather, but we can also see what he looked like in his last 3 fights. He don't look like the same Canelo, right? He looked like somebody who's losing his shit, who's in decline. And you know, what I'm concerned about is he going to use some supplements? You know, what I'm saying, to help him in this fight. You know, what I'm saying, because if he don't, he's cooked, bro. Because what we've been seeing from Canelo, that's not going to get it against a Jermell Charlo. Jermell Charlo is fighting, so he's boxing some of his best shit right now. He's doing it. I mean, 2 years, 14 months off. I don't think that's going to knock Jermell off his game. You know what I'm saying? Because he's sparring Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? He's getting that good work in. So, you know what I'm saying? I think he's got like I'm gonna say an 88% chance of beating Canelo. That's what I think. I think he got an 88%.
To your point, two questions for you, and this is to the panel as well. Do you feel that in that 88% chance that win will, or that probability for a win is going to come by way of 12-round fight that'll go to the cards? Or do you think Mel will put Canelo down at least once or KO him? That's the first question. The second question, related but unrelated, is do you think that Derek James is at a disadvantage with several signature fighters in back-to-back fights.
Is he distracted? You're trying to say? You know what I'm saying? We're trying to train everybody. I think when it comes to Jamil and it comes to Spence, they get their special time. I think that's who he concentrate on. Those are his undisputed. Those are going to be his undisputed fighters. That's what brought him up. That's what really his main focus. Them other guys, they're just going to get what they get. But when it comes and he got so much talent there that Errol Spence Jr. he could teach too. You see, they coaching those guys too. You see what I'm saying? So everybody, it's kind of like when a baby mama oldest grow up and they start helping out with the kids. You see what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So the whole gym is helping each other. You know,
right. I was just about to say that. I think the relationship that Derrick James has with his fighters is individual and it's special, right? Each in its own, right? Because of the person that Derrick James is. A lot of that goes into, training, right? It's the trust with your trainer, right? I think the thing that Virgil Hunter and Andre Ward shared was special. If you go back and watch that special, you know what I'm saying? You can truly see how the relationship between a trainer and a fighter can be essential to success. And I think Derrick James has got that ability. He's a very patient, calm, reserved person. And he's very detail oriented. You know what I'm saying? Derrick James understands his legacy, where he is in the game, and also what folks are saying. And you know what I'm saying? And he understands the gravity of moments. If I was at the Ugas fight, right? And I noticed at the Ugas fight, while Earl was happy that he won and shit, I seen Derrick James walk right to him with no smile on his face and whisper to him in his ear. You feel what I'm saying? I was close enough to see that shit. And it was funny how I was able to, come back and see that shit on video. I say all that to say this. I think he'll be focused enough with Charlo. I mean, I don't think that there'll be a lack of focus. I think he's going to be very detail oriented. I think they understand the gravity of the moment. You know what I'm saying? And I also think that there's a respect factor on the line for Derrick James as a trainer going up against Reynoso over there. You feel what I'm saying? And all the shine that his camp got. And then, all the shit that came out of that camp. I think Derrick wants to show, what a real trainer and a clean camp and a focused camp. And I think he wants to show his product. So, nah, bro, they ain't coming in there slipping when it comes to Canelo. You feel me?
Okay.
Let me ask you other question.
And no, I don't think it's a knockout. I think it's a twist. I think it's a majority decision. Actually, I actually do. I think they might hit him with a split or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's Canelo. But I promise you, I think Charlo will make enough space in between him and Canelo. There may be a knockdown in there, but I just don't see Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? Falling to him. You know what I'm saying? Like he truly just have to just keep coming like that. I seen Canelo give up when he know he can't beat you. You feel what I'm saying? But not get knocked out. We seen that with Bivol, right? He knew he couldn't beat Bivol, but he wasn't gonna let him just finish him. You feel me? He ain't gonna let Charlo just utterly finish him. He gonna lose the decision.
Okay. This what I think. Now, I think that Jamil, I don't think he can knock out Canelo because Canelo, he got his traps built up, he's got his neck built up, and he's got a chin. So he's not going to get, it's going to be hard to get an angle on Canelo.
Get that body work. Nobody's ever really just went a full out assault and body attack on Canelo. Nobody's ever really gave him
because you can't, because for one, just like Errol Spence Jr. it took time for him to get to Porter's body because he's so short, he's so stout. So it's hard in the way he fights crouched over. It's hard to get to the body like that without putting yourself at risk, but without getting hit one of them quick ass right hooks or left hooks from Canelo. So when you bend down to go to the body for Canelo, you know what I'm saying? It's you're putting yourself at risk because he's a counterpuncher. So you're going for the body, but then you got to be quick enough to get up out of there before that haymaker come, right? So Jamil is going to have to depend on that jab, right? He's going to have to jab and he's going to have to go to the body when he can. And Canelo is going to go here. He's going to gas out. At some point in the fight, he's going to gas out. But you can't allow Canelo to knock you down. you know what I'm saying, by going for needless things in the fight, because once he knock you down, that gives Canelo the fight right there. If he knock you down one time in the fight, they're going to give him the fucking fight. So Jamel got to be smart, you know what I'm saying, because he's not going to knock Canelo out, because that means he's going to have to take chances that he don't need to take. I think Jamel's skills is way above Canelo's. Just like Trout, you saw how he boxed against Trout and Laura. He lost the boxing match. You know what I'm saying? So all it is the power, and they're looking for reasons to give Canelo, you know what I'm saying, the fight. So what Jamel got to do is minimize those power punches.
How he do that though, P? How they do that? He got to stay out of the wood. He got to stay off the wood and out of the wood.
He got to stay out that pocket. He got to stay out the pocket.
Stay out the pocket, stay off the ropes, and stay out of corners.
Well, I mean,
okay.
It's gonna come time.
Cash Crypto hit it on the head. My bad.
It's gonna come time when that's gonna happen. But the thing is how you gonna react to that when that happens. If you're gonna be in the pocket, it's gonna be a time you're gonna be in the pocket. But if you're gonna be in the pocket, steal something and keep working that circle off the jab.
Thanks.
Like Mike McCallum, baby. Like Mike McCallum, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it don't matter what your size is, like, especially, and they about the same size, Mike McCallum and Mel. They both about 5'11" with a 74-inch reach. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's plenty. You don't need to crouch over. You don't need, just keep working that jab, like you say, working that circle, but getting to that body. That's gonna tire Canelo out, and then you angle off when you can and catch him with that right. You know what
you gotta keep Canelo in the center of the ring. You know what I'm saying? And when he work you to the ropes, you gotta spin out. You gotta get what you can get and get out of there, or tie his ass up, restart it. You know what I'm saying? Because that frustrates him. Caleb Plant showed you that. Bivol showed you that. When you reset his motherfucking ass, you know what I'm saying, and can reset him and go back to boxing, he gets frustrated. He either want to crush you off the reset or not allow you to reset him. You feel what I'm saying? But real boxer punchers, they understand how to tie up, right? How to get a little bit, tie up, push off your ass, and or have the ref break and go right back to what the fuck they was doing, right? And Canelo gets super frustrated with that. So Jamel has to do that. If he ends up with his back on the ropes like he was against Castano at sometimes, or in a corner or some shit, he in trouble. He in fucking trouble.
Now, one thing he's gonna have to do is once Canelo start cutting off the ring and pushing him back, he gonna have to recognize those moments, because that's what Canelo lives for. He want to catch you on the end of a uppercut or end of a power shot, because he's gonna try to guess which way you go, and he's gonna try to time you right there. You know what I'm saying? Jamel is gonna have to be. He's going to have to be cognizant in this fight. You know what I'm saying? And I think he'll beat him easy once he realizes what Canelo's looking for. And Canelo, you know what I'm saying, he really loves to kind of guess which way you're going. And he's so smart. He got a high boxing IQ. So when you make that break left or right, you know what I'm saying, when he stop backing you into the corner, you need to go ahead and meet him, you know what I'm saying, and do something to reset him. Like my man was saying, you got to reset him. You can't let him back you into the corner and get off them fucking power shots, because you know what I'm saying, they want to give him the round when he do connect. And I think Jamel is going to, I think he's smart enough. I think he understands Canelo, and on a different level than most, because he grew up with Canelo, and he feels like he got a lot to prove. I think he feel like.
And just to mention, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry about that. To mention too, Derek James has the education of Ryan Garcia, who was actually in that camp, to get some notes on what exactly Canelo do and what exactly he works on, and get some pointers from
That's
Ryan.
A good point. Yeah, great point.
Yeah, man. I mean, Jamel got everything. This is his fight to lose. This is his fight. If he goes in there with that bullshit that he did in the Tony Harris shit, where he just
the Brian Castano facts,
or the Brian say, if he goes in there with that dumbass attitude, because the thing about Jamel is he's very emotional. And you know what I'm saying, he got this thing where he likes to do what he want to do, and Canelo he's hit that spot, that sore spot, that where Canelo took off, his career took off, and his didn't, and he's kind of got that Marvin Hagler type thing with Sugar Ray Leonard. Marv could beat everybody's ass, and you know what I'm saying, and be on a professional level, except for when it came to Sugar Ray Leonard. He hated Sugar Ray Leonard because the way he had it in boxing, the way he was the golden boy. And he hated that shit because he knew he was a better fighter. So if Jamel got that same kind of Marvin Hagler attitude, and it takes over in the fight and he gets into a firefight with Canelo, that benefits Canelo. You know what I'm saying? So he needs to listen to Derrick James, go in there and box that motherfucker till he get tired. Stay out of the hot zones, you know what I'm saying, the corners, the ropes, you know what I'm saying, and just do his thing as a complete boxer. He'll beat Canelo easy. He'll beat him easy. Canelo is not a dynamic fighter, bro. He's a smart ass fighter.
Bro, you sound like Roger Mayweather, man. When you said what he need to do, I swear to God, I heard it in Roger Mayweather voice. You know what I'm saying? Go in there, box that motherfucking teeth tied, and beat his ass.
Exactly. You know, and some fighters don't want to do it like that. They want the knockout. They want the dramatic shit. You're not gonna knock out Canelo. For one, the nigga he's shaped like a frog, and it's hard to hit a frog, bro. You know what I'm saying? The motherfuckers are short. You know what I'm saying? You a long, big guy. You know what I'm saying? Don't go over the line. Don't go over the line, bro. If you don't have to, he got to come to you. Remember that. Short guys got to come to you. And he don't have the foot speed to get in there to score those points, to get him up. So you outpoint him. You know what I'm saying? Be pragmatic like your boy, Errol Spence Jr. Take something from your boy, Errol Spence Jr. Outscore this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Put it just like Bivol. You know what I'm saying? Put some combination. Make him reset. You know what I'm saying? He could watch that fight. He could do exactly what Bivol did. And he could do it better. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let your ego and your nuts get you in trouble. In other words, box, be professional, goddamn me, and get and do the work. And if it's repetitive, fuck it, it's repetitive.
Right. Get that win, and I'm pretty sure Canelo gonna want a second fight if he lose that. Depending on how he lose that, Canelo wants a second fight. You know what I'm saying? He'll probably really juice up then. You know what I'm saying? Because you see, he didn't rematch Bivol because he knew what time it was. He was just a better boxer. He just overall dominated Canelo. Canelo ain't going back to no Bivol fight, bro. He's not going back there because he took too bad of an ass whipping. Nigga went to drinking and singing that goddamn bars and shit. I was like, what the hell? This nigga done made some money, bro. When you never seen Canelo party like that and let himself get loose. So he's at that point in his career with them silk sheets. They feeling good on him, bro. We never seen Canelo do road work. That's why he gas out. You know what I'm saying? So he's not the fighter that everybody's thinking. You know, they built a very beautiful. Bad now, Paul. Yeah, I mean, they built a very beautiful image of him. You know what I'm saying? But now he's at that point where he done made all the money, and now he don't want to work that hard, bro. And now he done signed himself to his doom with a 3-fight deal with the PBC. And David Benavidez is on the PBC side. So, you know what I'm saying? We might be looking at a Canelo retirement farewell tour here with these 3 fights with the PBC. You know what I'm saying? And I think Jamil's going to win. I think he's going to win by decision. I think he's going to win clearly. I think he's really going to separate himself because Jamil is that type of dude. And hopefully, I think he's going to listen to Derrick James. I think he really. I think he learned. I think he done learned his lesson. I think he learned his lesson. Hopefully.
I think he has a good chance if he listens, but if he doesn't listen, he can't get emotional, man. He cannot get emotional. That guy.
And then that left hand, hopefully that
Tony Harrison is what that looks like. I mean, it's just that Canelo doesn't have the chin of Tony Harrison. He got a better chin. So you're not going to be able to just catch him with something so clean because Harrison kept his head up and back, but Harrison is taller and he had a longer reach. And he was Harrison is a different fighter to fight with that length at that size. And Canelo's not the same size, but Canelo is going to press him. But when he back him up, that's the thing. What does he do when he gets backed up? I just don't want him to get emotional. If he gets emotional, the fight's over early.
Mm-hmm. So now we got that Cool Boy fight coming up with anyway.
I like Cool Boy. I like Cool Boy in that fight.
Y'all sleeping on this fight. For some reason, they really want these matchups where they want these black boxers humble. You know what I'm saying? The ones that's up and coming, the ones with the skills. And they really into this in-weight shit because he stays on the pound for pound list, even though he's fighting niggas that we never heard of. People, you know what I'm saying? They really, the system is really behind him. So this is going to be a fight that's going to be really pushed, man. You know what I'm saying? Because in a way, they want to make him the next Manny Pacquiao. They want him to be the statesman for boxing. You know what I'm saying? So Cool Boy, he's going to have to go in there. He's going to have to be about his business, man. Because the system really is looking for any way to take over where Manny Pacquiao left off. And I think he needs to really make a statement in that fight. He can't just beat anyway. He's got to beat him and separate himself from anyway. You know, because we already see they are already celebrating anyway beating Cool Boy Steph. You know what I'm saying?
See, certain fights and certain fighters, right? Stand for something, right? Cool Boy and the trick that he been on, he had to make history, right? He had to make legacy. Of course, he want to make money, right? But he trying to put a stamp on it, fam. You feel me? And some shit is purposed, and some people just have purpose. Like Deontay Wilder is a person with purpose and move in a purposeful way, right? So his shit became big. It's always been bigger than boxing with him, right? For Cool Boy, a lot of people don't know his story or whatnot, but on the cool, with him going and fighting anyway over there, right? Making that statement and going and doing that, it's gonna become a cultural thing. The close, you know what I'm saying?
Yep. Go
Especially
ahead,
with the promotion, right? Especially with the promotion, right? And again, just like Poor Counter touched on, we are going to see how divided we are just in our small boxing community of casuals and hardcores like ourselves, right? Because the same Loma fans, more from Ryan fans, that more from Canelo fans are going to morph to Inoue fans.
Yep.
Right.
That's
and culturally for us, right, it's becoming a bigger deal because we know that's coming.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that Cool Boy
A17.
gonna be up against it when he go over there.
He's up against the A17. Touch on this too. When Earl did that to Kill, it meant something. But
Yeah, you mean?
and at the other way with Inoue though, because he's a whole country, all Asia behind him type of deal. It's even bigger than that
Absolutely.
for Cool Boy.
Absolutely.
Because Cool Boy is about to do something and people got to give him credit. I think Cool Boy is going to win the fight.
I do too.
Now what happens. But we know that they want Inoue. You know, Inoue is going to get benefits of the doubt. Of course, that's what they're going to do. But I think Cool Boy got a really good chance of winning that fight. And it just kind of overshadowed because he's fighting the same week of Earl and Bud. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fam, you can't bring the chopsticks to the cookout for the first time and think you're going to be able to eat.
I think Fulton need to go over there now. He needs to fly over there to Japan now to get acclimated, get that jet lag out of him. He need to go over there probably like this week. He need to fly over.
Well, did Inoue fly some brothers in? Or what brothers did he fly in? He need to fly in Dragonfly Jones. He need the full cornucopia of coming to the cookout,
man. Kung Fu Joe from I'm gonna get the sucker.
Hey, look, you need the full. Hey, look, if somebody gonna invite you to the cookout for the first time, and you know what I'm saying, you used to eating with chopsticks, bro. You don't even know what's gonna be on the table, what's on the menu. You can't eat no pork and beans with no goddamn chopsticks.
Yeah,
he can't, bro. It's a tough motherfucking task to ask that man to get in there with what we know that style carries. You feel what I'm saying? With what he been facing. Maybe he got that shit. I don't believe it. I think the mean Philly streets gonna show up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You know, Inoue is a predictable fighter, y'all. He punches volume. He's powerful, but that's about it, bro. His defense ain't there. Cool Boy is a complete fighter. You know what I'm saying? He fought what's his name? Figueroa. And Figueroa is a monster, bro. He handled Figueroa. He figured it out. He's a thinking type, skillful fighter. So he's not going to be afraid of Inoue come forward offense. That's all Inoue got in my opinion. That's really all he got. Foot speed, you know what I'm saying? He can come forward, he can throw punches and bunches. But Cool Boy Steph, man, he can step aside. He knows how to negate power. He knows how to negate, you know what I'm saying, forward offensive threats. So, he's not going to be able to get in on Cool Boy and break his defense and break his movement, you know what I'm saying, his timing, you know what I'm saying. So Cool Boy got so many, he's so versatile, man, in the ring. All he has to do is be in good shape, you know what I'm saying, and get in there and just read what, once he gets his timing down, it's going to be over for Inoue because he's not going to be able to hit Cool Boy Steph. They don't really respect skills, you know what I'm saying. People, when they see somebody drop somebody with power in this boxing thing, you know what I'm saying, the skills are there, man. I mean, the dude is next level with the skills. And Inoue, he's a great athlete, but I don't think he has the boxing IQ to fuck with a Cool Boy Steph. I don't think he can outthink Cool Boy in the ring, and I think that's what's going to carry it. Mm-hmm.
So what mistakes can Cool Boy not make to come out of there with a victory?
You already know he got to circle the ring. He's got a box.
He got
he don't have devastating power to drop you like that. You know what I'm saying? He could hit you with a shot that you don't see, but he's going to have to frustrate Inoue because Inoue, that's his only way to win is to come forward and put them hands on you. You know what I'm saying? He don't have other options. You know what I'm saying? He can't fight off his back foot like that.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I'm saying? So he's going to have to be the aggressor and come to Cool Boy, and all Cool Boy has to do is counter and box, and he'll win that easy.
And you know what, too? Fulton has actually, for his camp, he's been on the right track because y'all know who he's been sparring with, right, during his camp, right?
Mm-mm.
He's been sparring with Boots.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, that's they together every damn day. So
yep.
You know what I mean? So he picking up things from Boots, and y'all saw how when anytime Villa came forward, how he set the trap up, and he would come with the 1-2 over the top because Villa don't move his head. Mm-hmm. These are simple things that you can read. That's what I mean by his boxing IQ is on another level. You know what I'm saying? Inoue don't move his head like that. He depends on them fast reflexes. He depending on his physical attributes to win the fight. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen Inoue have to think himself way through? I mean, he almost got his ass beat by what's his name? I keep forgetting the little Asian dude. That little Asian dude that fought a 40-year-old guy.
Nakatani.
Denier.
Oh yeah, no, not Nakatani, but yeah.
Yeah, Denier. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he had trouble with goddamn Denier. So what you think Cool Boy gonna do? He gonna outthink him. He gonna frustrate him.
And that was an older Nonito too, fam.
Yeah.
Right. So
let me say this, Pool, real quick so I can get out your way. Bro, I come through and I listen a lot, right? Your channel and a few other channels I sneak in and I listen to a lot. I may not even say nothing in the chat. And that's not normal for me. But you know why? It's because of the quality of your programming. I don't know how many people tell you, Pool. I don't know how many people keep it 100 with you. I know sometimes you get a lot of shit about your thumbnails or whatever, but I swear to God, it's great conversation that happens here, bro. It's great conversation that happens here, so much so to where shit be said to where I don't have to say it. You feel me? So I gotta give you your card. I gotta give you your respect. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. Everybody got a lane out here to feel. You feel what I'm saying? And I salute what you do, bro. Real talk. Salute to all the guys on the chat, man. Salute to the chat and everybody that was in the panel. You know what I'm saying? But
salute to
keep cooking, fam. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. We out here and we watch.
No doubt, man. I appreciate that coming from you, 187. Cause I know you know your boxing. And y'all subscribe to Just Do Boxing, man. If y'all like my shit, y'all like the way I set up and the way I talk boxing, man, y'all would really love Just Do, man, because he gets into the cricks and the crams of the logistics of every fight. And he talk about fights I don't even talk about. So, he really, you know what I'm saying, gets into it. So, you know what I'm saying, I only follow shit that I want to follow, but Just Do follow every goddamn thing. So, you know what I'm saying, if you like my shit, you know what I'm saying, please do yourself a favor and subscribe to Just Do. I don't know, let me see who else got channel. Cause I like to let people keep cooking. So, I probably missed a lot of people. Inside the Square Circle. Make sure y'all check out my boy King Judah, you know what I'm saying, and check out his channel too, man, because his shit, he's on point. He knows boxing. You know what I'm saying? And just don't say nothing bad about Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Don't say nothing bad about Haney. And y'all be good with Just Do, you know what I'm saying? Because Devin Haney take a lot of shit. And you know what I'm saying, just inside square circle with King Judah, you know, he just letting you know that, you know, he ain't standing for that shit. You know, him and Doug right side. You know what I'm saying? Don't say shit about Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? Doug right side and King Judah. You know, so they're gonna let you know. All right, fellas. And let's see. So, but getting back to the this fight with Boots, what does it mean? What does this win mean for Boots? You know what I'm saying? What you think it says to the boxing world, bro? You know what I'm saying? He's arrived, or is he's elite competition now? What you think this fight says to everybody in the boxing world? What you think?
I think is for me, I think is like what you know, Boots is who we thought he exactly was. You know what I mean? Because I mean, people like even in his past fights, people tried to like downplay his competition, man. You know, and Villa, man, no matter how people put it, man, that was a good fighter, man, that he was in the ring with last night. But it's just that it's just levels, man, and Boots is just levels ahead, man. So I think it shows a lot. Not only that about his skill, man, but his chin too, man, because he was taking some shots too.
Yeah,
and Boots is durable, you know, and I think with fighters, man, I love to see that with certain fighters. I love to see a fighter get hit because I want to see like if they can take a punch and how do they react to certain things. So I think what it proves is like, all right, Boots is not all hype. This guy's really the real deal.
Now, what's going on, Sweet Science? What's going on, Tremaine? What's happening, fellas?
Yeah,
what's good, Paul?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pooh,
chilling.
Yeah, for me, Pooh, what I think it means is kind of just piggybacking. I think it means he is going to be the face of 147. We all know Earl Spence, and we heard Terrence Crawford talking about moving up. So I think, and then as far as you know, in the ring itself, what I really took from yesterday is that he showed he had a chin because he got hit, and then he also showed that he can just fight inside if necessary, when necessary, and so with that being said, this man and his defense, and I think you were speaking about that yesterday. That man, hey, he's a bad boy. I have, you know, what the other guy said about level of competition. That was the concern I had with his level of competition. But I didn't got to see that dude Villa fight. I watched him fight the previous fight, and I seen it. And so that dude's a good fighter. And for him to do him like that, where you heard me, if I was in this corner, I'd have stopped the fight. And for him, Boots, to do that and then listen to his corner and do it diabolically. Because if you watch, he started bullying him. His father told him, hey, just wait. And then he waited and then started bullying, pushing him back. I said, he's a
that was impressive. That was impressive, man. I'm talking about, you know, he didn't let him get the momentum that Rashid. I think that's one thing Rashid Ellis. I think that's one thing he didn't stop him from coming forward. He didn't have the power to stop or the physicality to stop Villa. You got to stop when you have pressure fighters like that. You got to have the physicality and you got to have some power to make them respect you. And Boots, man, when he started unleashing, bro, it was a point in that fight when Boots was tearing his body up and blocking everything. I almost jumped up. I said, look at this motherfucker blocking everything, hooks, everything Villa was throwing, bro. And he was countering him to the body with leverage, bro. And I was like, oh my God, bro, this is great.
Hey, Pooh, let me say this. Do you remember that point, that one round, I forgot which round it was, where Boots got in the corner and he did not swing, and you was like, he ain't swinging on him because he had put that power on him. He had put that power, he couldn't swing.
Yeah. I mean, he broke him. He showed us when you invest into the body like that, and this is why EJ does it. You know, you can't do shit in the second half, bro. You know, it keeps you safe for the deep waters. when you invest in that body. And I was just so impressed how he went, how he met him in the middle of the ring, let's go. And Villa, he thought, okay, you done fucked up. You know, Villa was like, you done fucked up now. Hell no, nigga. Hell no. And even though Boots, like you said, he showed that he could take a punch because he was hurt. Like in the third round, he hit Villa hit Boots to the body, and you could see Boots the way he moved back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? This is for a little second. You know, oh, okay, that one, he felt that one. And you know, he got hit in a few. I was kind of concerned, but Boots had to really figure out his punch pattern. Had to really figure out, you know what I'm saying, his offense, his awkwardness. And once he got that shit down and got comfortable, he was able to do what he wanted to do up in there. And even though he had to go through the fire to do it, I love the way he just kind of assessed Villa and the approach he took. He showed him that he could stand up to him. He showed him he can outbox him. I was so impressed by how he was jabbing out the southpaw and the orthodox stance, bro. The way he switched, it wasn't like unnecessary switching. You know what I'm saying? And the way Villa would push him, would get him back into the corner. And then you saw at one point in the fight, because he was worried about those counters, right? He would not rush him. You know what I'm saying? It was one point where he didn't throw shit when Boots went to the corner. I said, yeah, Boots gonna fuck them up. I said, Boots gonna hit him with some shit. But he didn't want to come in on Boots like that, bro. I was like, oh my God, bro. I said, Boots is the shit, man. And then he did, y'all saw when he was on the ropes and he did some kind of damn head movement and pivot. And I was like, this nigga here. I was like, they're gonna have to wait. They're gonna have to wait for Boots to slow down. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Anybody to have a chance, kind of like Lomachenko when he came out the Olympics, he was just too fast for everybody. He was just, you know what I'm saying? He was just too fast. Some athletes who got it like that, like a Roy Jones Jr., they had to wait for Roy Jones Jr. to slow down, bro. You know what I'm saying? They had to wait. He got that kind of level of athletic ability with a combination of ring IQ and hand speed and power. He's dangerous. He's a dangerous, dangerous guy. You know what I'm saying? What y'all think?
I agree with everything you just said. Yeah, I for sure agree. Yeah, there's nothing really else. Everything you said was on point with me.
What did y'all see in the fight that impressed y'all? Let me ask you that. I mean, what did y'all see that something that kind of amazed you about Boots right now at this point in his career? What did y'all see in the skill set?
One thing, for me, one thing is his patience, man. He was patient, like the whole night. Like it was times to where, like anybody else, like it was a few times Villa was hurt, right? And it was a few times where he could have took him out there, but he was just patient and he just stuck with the game plan. Another thing is how he switches stances, man. It's like he don't even think about it. Mm-hmm. It's like it's so fluent to the point where like you'll be watching the southpaw and then you'll be like, oh damn. So okay. So
did y'all hear me doing the live? I was like, is he in the stance? He in the left? Okay, he's still in southpaw. Okay, he just switched so damn smooth, like you said. Go ahead, bro.
And the thing, and with the stances too, and then plus it's like his defense too. His defense, I don't know, it's crazy what I'm about to say. His defense and his stances is all in sync. Like he can say the Villa throw like a left hook, he can probably like, you know how you do that thing where somebody throws like a hook and then like he moves his head, but then like he'll move his head, but then he'll like switch to that stance and he'll throw a shot, and then he'll jump to the other stance and hit that person with the other shot on the other side because the other side is open. Man, it's hard to explain, man, but it was beautiful, man, on how patient he was and just how quick he switched the stance and how fluent it was.
Well, one thing about Villa, he's one of those fighters that got to get set. So that was just pure trash for him to even having a chance against a fighter like Boots, you know what I'm saying? Because he has to get in range, he has to step with his punches, and he kept running into them goddamn jabs. Them jabs are so hard and fast. Bro, I was like, man, you know, usually when you see somebody jab, usually they're not that accurate, but man, he was picking them off like lasers, man. He was throwing them things, and it was just setting. Now, let me say, Villa got some jabs off too now. Mm-hmm. He got some jabs off too, when he hit Boots, but Boots, you know what I'm saying, he make adjustments so quickly.
Yep.
You know, just by having that pure athletic ability, you know, so you ain't gonna be able to hit him too much with those jabs. But he had to get in the range to hit Villa. And so I mean, I think that jab really won the day for Jaron Boots Ennis. He did so much to keep Villa back, and then that power coming behind the jab with that power going to the midsection. I think Villa understood that he can't just run up in there and do anything, but he kept trying though, and that's how he got fucked up. Because at one point, man, I mean, Boots lit his body up, kind of like that Julian Williams Carlos Adames fight, where Carlos Adames just destroyed his fucking midsection. I was like, "What are you doing, bro?" I'm like, Julian, what the hell are you doing, bro? You know you don't have punch resistance like that.
Yeah.
And you know, letting this King Kong ass nigga hit you in the damn gut, and but you kind of felt like Villa could take it, because that's kind of like that Latin style, you know, where they tough and you know they work on that shit on their midsections, so you get tired out from your work rate, and then they take over in the second half. But man, Boots took all his power down. Like if he was on a video game, and you know, say you hitting your adversary, you can see the little punch, the little energy level go down. He took all the energy down out of Villa, and that shows you that Boots Ennis has power, bro. He has that kind of power, bro, to take it out of you. And he invested into that body, and I was just like, wow. You know, this kid just, he's got the instincts, he's got the courage, he's got all the intangibles, he even got a chin. Man, this is scary. It's going to be scary to watch Boots where he go from here. I think he's going to destroy Stanionis. I think he's going to destroy Stanionis. You know, that really, they should have just switched him out and shit, because I don't think Boots took enough damage. He could take another damn fight tomorrow. You know, he could fight Stanionis tomorrow, because waiting on goddamn Virgil Ortiz and shit, they gonna be old as fuck. Waiting on Virgil Ortiz, because he keep passing out every goddamn weigh-in and shit. So, you know, I would love to see Boots move on to fight Stanionis. That'd be another fire-ass fight. I think Stanionis is better than Villa. I think Stanionis is way better than Villa. I think that'll be an even better fight. So not only is he raising his star level, he got the opponents to make him great, to make his name great. He's gonna be big. I think he's gonna rule 147, and it's gonna be by trial and fire, because he got opponents now to get it done. And if he wants that Spence fight, he's gonna have to wait for Bud Crawford and Jamel Charlo. He's gonna have to wait for them to get all that shit, all that worked out, because you know he's the newcomer. Kind of like Shakur Stevenson at 135. He's new to that division. So you're going to have to wait. You can't start demanding shit, and you the new nigga. You know what I'm saying? Wait your turn, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, stop trying to put it on what he guys. I think he's respectful, though. I think Boots, I like what he say when he say he'll take any of them. Keith Thurman is a big disappointment, because like Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, he stayed out the mix. He's staying out the mix because he don't want to get his ass whipped. He don't want to test himself. So you know, Keith Thurman should have been all up in this shit. He should have been all up in his. We should have seen at least 3 or 4, 5 Keith Thurman fights against some of these guys. And so, you know, it's just kind of sad that they kind of cheated this era of boxing, because you know, we could have had Crawford up in there, we could have had Keith Thurman, and maybe the landscape would have looked a little different. Than it do now. Imagine if we would have had Bud Crawford up in the mix fighting Danny Garcia or Keith Thurman or Porter in their primes, or Kell Brook. You know, Bud could have took out Kell Brook. You know what I'm saying? We could have had a different mixture of things, but because of the business of boxing, you know, we're getting cheated out of a lot of fights, a lot of great fights that could have happened. And you know, I'm tired of Manny Pacquiao trying to bring his ass back. He need to stay over there in Singapore, you know, and become president, whatever the fuck he's gonna do. But he need to stay away from boxing, because every time he come back, his name, just like Mayweather used to always come back and stuff. And you know, even though he would fight some good opponents, but he would hold up a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody want that Mayweather money, and you know what I'm saying. So them guys are distractions now. They're past their era is over. So they need to stop trying to get back into the mix. But he did. But to Pacquiao credit, he did come back and whip Keith Thurman. He's the one nigga that thought he had an easy. He thought he tried to cherry pick Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao turned up on him. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing about Keith Thurman. You keep trying to be smart. You keep trying to be strategic, trying to be a Canelo. Everybody's trying to be a Canelo, cherry pick. They weigh and fight big fights, and you get your ass whipped. Now what? Yep. Now what? You know, I told everybody when Keith Thurman fought Maurice Barrios, we ain't gonna see him for another 2 years. He's just coming in, making a little money, and he's dipping out. Now he's about to fight Ugas. Ugas is gonna tear his ass up, bro.
Yep.
Ugas a real one. He's a real one.
You know what I'm saying? Thurman is in that situation now, bro. He's gonna have to fight Boots for one of these young guys, and you know they gonna want Keith Thurman as a number on their record, so they're gonna be in there trying to take him out. So if he really wants the belts like he say he do, he's gonna have to eventually, when after Spence and Crawford done, he's gonna have to get in the ring with Boots if he wants the title.
Yeah, but and now he's talking that shit to me like he'll fight Boots, bro. You know what I'm saying? Nobody believes you, bro. Nobody believes nothing Keith Thurman says. And you know, I put respect on his name because he was unified at one point, and he did fight Danny Garcia. He did fight Sean Porter at one point in time, but I think that took a lot out of Keith Thurman as far as his will to box. He don't want to compete. I don't think he want to compete on that level again. I think he just want to make a little bit of money, and I think he want to dip out, and he just want to keep his toe in. But he can't do that shit with Ugas. You know, Ugas is a real throwback fighter. He don't care about. I mean, he want to win, but he's more for the legacy and the challenge of it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people shit on Ugas' name, but just like Villa, he's a true warrior, bro. You're gonna have to come prepared when you fight a Ugas. You're gonna have to do your homework. And he's a big ass dude, you know. I mean, look how much trouble he gave EJ. You know what I'm saying? So EJ had to put his lunch pail, take his lunch pail to the ring, put on his hard hat, and he had to go break Ugas. So unless EJ done took a whole lot out of him, Ugas gonna beat Keith Thurman ass, bro. Because Keith Thurman don't have that kind of spirit anymore. He just got a lot of skill, but he hasn't been fighting. He hasn't been active enough to keep his grit up, to keep his shit sharp. And that's what Keith Thurman excels, being a sharp ass fighter. You know what I'm saying? Being a thinking fighter, but he's not gonna have enough to beat a Ugas, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I know people love them. Oh, y'all subscribe to Black Star Sports TV. What's going on, fam? You know what I'm saying? Y'all check my man out over there. Jonathan Potts said, I do too. We will have to see the fight, but we will never get a chance to fight them two guys. I think they are a little out of his era. And what's going on, Willie? What's going on, Willie Williams? What's happening, my brother? Say, what's up, Pool? Been running, bro. Haven't had time. Oh, I know the feeling, bro. Every time I get to cooking on here, man, they send me a damn load, man. Man, let me tell you something. You can't miss out on the load, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Them shits be paying, bro. So, you know what I'm saying? You got to go get that money, you know what I'm saying? And I'm happy for you, bro. You've been running and stuff. You know, keep everything paid up. What's going on, Macadam One? He says Boots is a creative player in real life. He said shit is unfair. Yeah, like one of the players where you increase everything, the power, the stamina, the speed. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can fuck with you in there, you know what I'm saying, on the video game. Jamel Wood says Boots is about to get the Spence treatment. Yeah, exactly. They see the talent. That's one thing about Showtime. That's one thing about PBC. When they put you on, they really trying to put you on for success, financial success, and as well as, you know, for your career. You know what I'm saying? They put you on the right track. And I'm happy for him, man. You know what I'm saying? That he's getting blessed like this. And he's got a good relationship with the other fighters to get that fight. They're not, you know, he's in a league where, you know, the people don't mind, you know, taking that challenge. I think EJ going to his fights showed us that, you know, EJ is about that life. You know, FaceTiming them and talking to them and, you know, letting them know I'm acknowledging that Boots is there. That lets you know what kind of fighter he is. He's not trying to ignore him like a Keith Thurman. I don't know about, you know, the young boy. I don't even know who he is, and trying to, you know, son somebody, you know, saying so you don't have to face him. Go to his fights, man. Let him know that you're there. You recognize him. You acknowledge him. That if the time comes, we have to fight. You know what I'm saying? We'll get in the ring and make it happen. So let me see. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up this clip of Boots when he in his post fight. Let's see.
Okay. Hey, Paul, why you doing that? It is something that Boots need to work on, though. His media presence, man. Because last night he said, "Shout out to ESPN." He was like, "Oh,
he said, "Shout out to ESPN."
Yeah, he had to switch it up. Like, "Oh, my."
Yeah, let me do my little fair use thing because these motherfuckers, they will flag my shit for real. Let me see if I can get that down. I hate doing this, man, but you got to do it because they will flag it. Let's see.
And while you pulling that up, Pool, I wanted to just touch on something else. It was mentioned about you mentioned about the body punching. I don't know if you got the opportunity to watch that Taylor and Gomez fight, the fight before it, but one of the things that dude Taylor did is he went to the body on Gomez because Gomez, was a strong puncher and took all the energy out of him. So he couldn't punch hard. And then I watched Boots do the same thing to Villa. And then it made me think of the Errol Spence and the Terrence Crawford. And if Earl do that, where's Terrence Crawford's going to be in those middle rounds?
That's true.
Yeah. And see, I mean, Boots is just a smart motherfucker all around, bro. He's just with his daddy in his corner, man. That dude is at the top. Listen to your daddy, boy. Okay, this is fair use, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's just used for educational purposes. And here we go. Let's see. I just don't know what we go through. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got to cut the volume.
When you went through the southpaw stance, either side don't really matter with me, but I feel like when I turn southpaw, it was only looking for one shot. That was that right hook.
Can y'all hear that?
I was just trying to time it. You really wasn't coming in like how 30 is going to come in, but
it's a little bit.
Let me see. Maybe I need to choose another one because this one here is kind of. Let me see if I can choose it because it's real low. Some of the damn quality of this shit be like.
Yeah, but I wanted to say with Boots though, his ring generalship has really grown into the division. He had control of the whole fight, man. He had the ref, when they come into the clinch, the ref would come and he'd break them. If he was coming out of the clinch and he wanted to get right back to work, there was one time where he just pushed the ref off. Like I had never seen anybody do that. Just controlled the ref, man. He's just like to his advantage. Just the ring generalship was awesome.
Yeah, I think so too, man. It's like, let me see. I'm trying to pull it up here. So y'all continue on while I pull it up. Let's see, post fight.
The one concern that I had with Boots too was
Del Santos looked good last night, by the way. Did y'all see that fight?
Yeah, he did. That hook, man. That swinging hook, that step around hook was insane.
Man, that dude was garbage though that he was fighting.
Oh yeah,
that
for
dude,
sure.
That dude was garbage, man. He was like,
do you think it was really De Los Santos that made him look like garbage, or was the dude just really garbage? De Los Santos was just on point, man.
I think it was a combination of both, because dude, he shut dude down like he wasn't nothing, bro. I mean, he shut his ass down. I'm talking about. I mean, at one point in the fight, it was like it wasn't even no.
He was way quicker to the punch. He was fast. He was picking his shots well. It was effortless. It was nice.
Yeah, I mean, my guy, I don't even think he really got no good punches in. He was just following. He was scared to open up. He was afraid to open up.
I wouldn't mind seeing him and Frank Martin fight.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, say post fight. Let's see. Post fight interview. Let's see.
Yeah, but that one concern that I had with Boots though is if his stamina would be there for the top, those top guys.
Yeah.
To he had a excellent work rate as the fight started, and then later on he just he lagged off, especially in the clinch. Like in those moments, that's when EJ's going to work, and he's increasing his input. So that was just one thing that I saw with Boots. Is like he had done enough, where the guy was being broken down. But when you get to those top three guys, top 3 or 4 guys, that work rate has to continue to go up.
Well, he showed us a little bit of everything last night, man. So I'm like real satisfied with saying this guy's going to probably run a 147 division for at least 3 or 4 years. Say as long as he stay on his grind. This is under fair use. It's a fair use. Okay, let's see what my man talking about here. Let's see.
If you're from Philly, you better stand up because this man's making noise. Please welcome, still undefeated, still the champion, Jaron Boots Ennis, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up with them shades? Is that some kind of Philly thing, or is just? I'm just asking. You know what I'm saying? I'm an old school. That look like some shit I'd be wearing.
Do you think he had any markings or something he didn't want to show? After being that he's just coming after the fight, a little swelling.
Oh, probably. Maybe that's what it is. They do that. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back into it.
Let's just get right into questions. Questions for Boots.
What's going on? Appreciate it. You got hit a few times flush in this fight. How would you rate this now?
I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. Like, I get hit, but I don't get hit full shot, so I don't really know. He comes with a nice little uppercut though. Yeah.
The one when you were back against the ropes.
When I was in the middle of the ring, I was pushing him back a little bit. I think it was a left uppercut. I was trying to catch him before he threw it, but he covered with it. It was a nice little shot, but it's not fading.
It seems like the Stan Jonas fight is there to be made now for you, based on what just happened with Ortiz, and Ortiz is not as mandatory anymore. What are your thoughts on potentially making that fight next, and how difficult or easy do you think that could be?
Most definitely, that's a great fight, and I feel like that'd be easy to make. He right here on this side, we can make that happen if we can't get Butter Spence, because he was that rematch clause. So, I take Stan Jonas, keep them rule guys, no matter who it is, anybody.
Congratulations. You hit him with everything in the kitchen sink, and you didn't go in. You were slowly breaking him down. What were your thoughts? You were hitting some great shots. What were your thoughts as the rounds progressed? He was still in front of you.
I know he was a tough guy, but I knew I was going to break him down. Eventually, because he had his hands up high guard. He walked forward. Go ahead with him. So I knew I was going to eventually break him down. I just had to take my time doing more. I know eventually I'll get it.
Somebody mentioned they was impressed by the patience, and they went there with that in mind. I remember Boots Ennis said that he realized that Villa had to set up. He had to be set to release his shots, and you could just see the way his mind works. These are little tidbits. That you can learn from the old school training of his dad. He listened to his dad, man. That is incredible. You just look at the relationship. I mean, because Boots sometimes he got in a fight, like he said, he wanted to go in there and he really wanted to put it on Villa, but his dad was like, just keep boxing, keep having fun. And man, that is so excellent, bro. That is so excellent.
With you saying that, Paul, let me ask you this. Do you think in this particular fight alone, that he could have just started out, and just rushed him? Would he have been successful?
I think he would have took some shots that he could have got hurt. because Villa is a puncher and Jaron Boots Ennis is human. You know what I'm saying? When you fight somebody, Villa can knock you out, bro. He can knock you out. It just didn't look like that because Boots' abilities, you know what I'm saying, kept him so it just nullified everything that Villa could do. But if Villa catch you, you know what I'm saying, he can hurt you. And we saw him hurt Boots. He can hurt Boots, but Boots is just too fast, too advanced for him. You know what I'm saying? So if he would have went out there and rushed Villa, he could have got hurt, bro. Because he gave Villa, that would have gave Villa a chance. You know, so, but he sized him up and see, you know, where the punches was coming from. And I would advise any boxer that goes out there, don't just go in there rushing unless, you know, you coming behind a jab or you come behind some kind of defense. You know what I'm saying? Don't just rush out there and get falum. You know what I'm saying? That's a problem, man. When you're facing somebody who got that kind of power, and you don't see that kind of power in boxing that much, you know.
Say for one of the shirts, hats, or hoodies for the Falumaloom coming out.
Oh shit! I haven't had time to work on it. I got my membership stuff, you know what I'm saying, that I'm working on, but I want to make sure that I have membership content. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I don't be really thinking about that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, once I get to the point where I have time to do my membership, and I'll start coming out with some things, you know what I'm saying, for people and everything. But my problem is that I don't never have enough time because I'm always making runs and I'm always away. And so I can only get it when I can get it. So I'm going to bring it out, though. You know, I'm hoping I don't grow too fast because it's a lot to manage. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot, you know, between doing the videos and everything and trying to get it. Man, sometimes I be driving, man, and I hear something or I see an interview, I be wanting to get on that shit, bro. And I can't. I be pissed because I have to make those runs. Okay, so let's get back into it.
Andres Gomez, Cornerman Boxing. Champ, earlier in the fight, you had a lot of success using your jab, you know, stepping around. What made you want to go on the inside and bang with him, even though you was making a miss? You chose to bang with him.
Because I've been wanting to walk to him. I've been wanting to walk to him, and I knew I told my power, like, I want to walk to him every day. Like, no, yeah, just wait. He said, go back to boxing. And my team was like, go back to boxing, then walk to him later on. So, you know, it's just.
So that right there lets you know he likes to fight. You know what I'm saying? He likes to mix it up. You know, I think boxing, when you have this kind of ability with these kind of fighters that got fast hands, who are tough, you know what I'm saying, and you got the mentality to get in there and fight it out, man, this dude is going to be a bad motherfucker. That's what Errol Spence Jr., that's how he thinks. You know, he wants to get in there and he wants to mix it up, you know, but his daddy is the thing that keeps him balanced. You know, Boots Ennis training, his teachings keeps his son a great fighter. If he didn't have his dad in his corner, I don't know if he'd be as good. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think you need that in your corner. I think it's important because it's his dad. Some people don't listen to their trainer, depending on the relationship too. That part don't matter, but I think his dad been working with him for so long that, you know, anything that his dad tell him, you know, he gonna be like, all right, I need to get it together. I think that every fighter needs that. Basically, his dad was like, look, man, I know you know how to fight. I know you can do that, but I need you to box for me. I need you to do that.
And I just, you know, it's just, I mean, I know it's like fantasy shit, but I'm just like wonder how good. I mean, would he be doing the same thing if he was under another trainer? You know what I'm saying? Or would, you know, just like I always go back to Fernando Vargas, how he got misguided. You know what I'm saying? If he would have stayed on the trajectory of being a boxer, he would have been a bad motherfucker, man. Fernando Vargas. But I think he got some bad advice. He got the wrong coach, and it fucked up his whole career because that boy was nice with the boxing, bro. He was beautiful. He frustrated Oscar. He frustrated a lot of people with his boxing, but then once he started talking about fighting, and he was in the era where you can't just fight everybody, bro. You got to know when to box and know when to go for it. And he just got fucked up, you know what I'm saying, behind thinking he a power puncher. But with Jaron Boots Ennis, with the balance of his father in his corner, Errol Spence Jr. with the balance of Derek James in his corner, it takes them to the next level. You know what I'm saying? So the trainer really matters, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the fighter themselves. You know, they can't watch themselves outside the ring. They got to have somebody with skills and a boxing mind to guide them. You know, when to box this. You got to break this motherfucker. You got to box this motherfucker. You need somebody in your corner to tell you that kind of thing. And when you're in the heat of the battle, sometimes you just want to do what you want to do, but you don't see what they see. And I just love this relationship between Bozy and his son, man. And it's so healthy. He got one of them old school daddies that we all can relate to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nigga might be sucking on the neck bone while he training you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Might be eating some wings and shit. Yeah, boy. That's how you do it, boy. Tighten up on that hook, nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what? It's the same thing for EJ's dad too, man. Because EJ's dad be looking at him too. I know EJ mentioned like his dad will tell him if you BSing or not, or his dad will look at something to be like, "Nah."
Do you see how intently his dad be watching over his training, bro? I'm like,
yeah.
Wow, man. That's that, man. When a black man got his family behind him, man, it's something special, bro. Just to watch, bro. Just supporting your son, bro. This is beautiful time in boxing, bro. This is beautiful time in boxing to see this and to be successful at it. You know what I'm saying? So, man. Okay, here we go. Getting back into it.
And come with the game, you just gotta be patient and not resting. So I'm glad I got the right team behind me. They told me just go back to boxing, have fun, and let the knockout come.
Thank you.
Guys, Maestro, I have a question about weight. We saw what happened in San Antonio with Virgil Ortiz. A lot of people think that might be related to weight. Can you talk to us about your ability to make 147 pounds and how much longer you see yourself in this weight class?
I can make this weight as long as I want. I weighed at 145, and I wasn't sucked down, drink. I ate the night before. Woke up in the morning, drunk some water, eat a little bit. I made 47 easy, and I rehydrate back up good, and I'll be healthy and strong. So there's no problem. I'm 47 to make it.
Yeah, he's making that weight right now easy because he's young, and so you can shed those pounds, when you're in your 20s, but when you start going up like with the Earl Smith Juniors, or unless you're just genetically gifted like Crawford, it's going to get harder and harder to make 147, So right now he's making it easy, and he's being a gym rat, so it looked like it comes easy, but really, as he as he goes up in age, we all know that he's gonna have to move up, or he's gonna be passing out like Virgil Ortiz. Yeah.
Second row. James Love, the boxing source over here. You said after the fight that one of the things that you wanted to work on a little more was working body. Do you think that in those first few rounds when you were landing those counters upstairs that you kind of got comfortable with that and doing little things, show your skills and all that you didn't really think about that too much?
No, I was just in there having my fun, doing my thing, just having fun, being smart. I did go to the body early, but I just was only dabbing to the body. So when I was on the inside, that's when I really started, touching the body a little more. And my pop told me to use a little bit more angle, stop pulling back. My team told me to stop pulling back. So that's all I was trying to do, just trying to get tight and not trying to get hit with dumb shots here and there.
Hey, Bruce, Jeff, Sonic Football Magazine, Inquirer. Bruce, you said you hurt your hand.
No, I'm cool. I'm good.
You didn't hurt your hand?
No, I'm good.
All right. Secondly, how much did the last fight help you in preparation for this one?
My last fight helped me a lot. Just like I just said before, I went back to this whole camp I had. I was smart. I always spar bigger guys, but I just went back to just having fun. And that's the main key to this boxing game: having fun, doing what you love. Don't go in there looking for the knockout. Just have fun, let it just cruise, and just find your shot. Don't look for it.
See, like I was saying, in Boots here, he just kind of, like just verifying that, if you go in there looking for a knockout, bro, and you get repetitive, looking for a knockout because, you're leaning and you're overcommitting and you're doing shit that you shouldn't be doing, as a pro, they looking for that. That's the whole thing about being in the pros, because these guys, they're professional. They're looking for you to overcommit. They're looking for you to make mistakes. And I think Boots learned a lesson from that Karen fight, that if you go in there with a mindset of trying to knock out somebody, you overlooking, you're not being smart. You leaving yourself open, for getting countered. And, Karen was countering the shit out of Boots and spots. And, it's because he was single-mindedly, like a Khan, saying, concentrating on his hand speed and then slipping and not being defensive responsible and getting hit, saying? It just so happens that, your boy got a chin. And, so now he's back to himself, not trying to be a showcase, not trying to build showcases, and just getting back into his sticking to his craft. And I think that's something that his daddy is good for, saying, is keeping him centered and having fun in the ring. Having fun, saying, that's him using everything. That's him using his skill set, using his mind, using his jab, staying safe when he has to, taking it to him when he has to, and making better decisions in the ring. So we see the growth of Boots Ennis right here. We watching the growth of a special fighter, y'all. So let's get back into it.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody want to add to that?
No, not really. I would just say he learned from his last fight with Karen. I think with Karen, he was focused on a knockout to the point where it ended up going 12. And he learned from his last fight just to go with the flow and let it come to you.
Yeah, because people judge you in your last performance, and I was hard on Boots. So I'm not just gonna put it off on my people out here. Everybody was hard on Boots because Karen made him look bad, even though he was running away from him. You kind of want, a special fighter to be able to figure it out. And, it's how, you're going to run into these things where you're still developing, where you're going to have to think your way through different fighters, the way they fight. And Karen, he was just moving. And Boots didn't look like he had the foot speed. He didn't look like he could cut off the ring. And none of those things are true. It's just that Karen was an awkward ass dude, and Boots was looking for the knockout. He was trying to knock this guy out. And you could say he got tired and shit during the fight because nigga running around the ring. So I think that was I think every fighter got to have a learning experience like that. Just like EJ had to learn that you can't come in off a fat camp to fight Sean Porter. He learned from that. Every fight teaches you something, and I think he learned from that. So it made him a better fighter. He came in this bit prepared, and now he's going back to being loose and having fun in the ring and using his abilities.
Boots, Chris Murray, Philadelphia Sunday Sun. My question to you was, I think in the second round, you went to the southpaw stance. And it seemed like every time you went to that stance, whether it was the fourth round, fifth round, you always got to him. Was it easier to kind of reach him, to find him when you went to the southpaw stance?
Either side don't really matter with me, but I feel like when I turned southpaw, he was only looking for one shot, and that was that right hook. And I knew that was coming. I was just trying to time him. He really wasn't coming in like how I thought he was going to come in, but eventually he got him.
So that's one thing I was so impressed about Boots, man. Just the way he thinks boxing, just the way he tried to set up his shots, he was just so flawless last night, man. Sometimes I didn't even realize he had switched. The way he threw his punches in combination, his weight transition from when he throws that left and he turns it over, he's so quick to bring it back with the left, right? And then he'll break off on that side. And you're like, okay, which side is he on? Is he on the damn? Is he southpaw now, or is he? And if you go back to my live, you'll see I was like confused because he was switching so damn much, bro. I was like, God damn. That's like, what are you doing, bro? You know what I'm saying? But he was effective. He was effective with it because it'll create angles where he would hit via to the body. You know what I'm saying? And everything he does is just so fluid, and he make it look so natural. He's like a basketball player. You know what I'm saying? In the damn ring. You know what I'm saying? It's just good footwork, good athletic ability. You know what I'm saying? Good power and good punch selections too.
The second fight with Crawford and Spence, where did you see yourself fitting in the mix, and how serious are you with the Keith Thurman fight?
I'm super serious about keeping the fight. I was trying to fight him, in June, but things didn't fall through. But hopefully he do fight. If not, we got a lot of great options out here. We still got Ugasi. He's a nice former world champion. We got Stay Jonas. We got a lot of other guys, besides Bud and Spencer. But everybody know I want to be main guys. I feel like I'm gonna be able to showcase my ability and my talent against those elite level guys, and I feel like they'll bring something else out of me.
Boots, the last fight was Kareem Chicago.
That's YSM right there talking. That's YSM Sports Media talking.
It was kind of a messy fight, but this fight you got a chance to showcase more of your ability. How much more? Well, how much more do you have in the bag that we haven't seen?
I got a lot more, man. I keep telling you, I ain't seen that yet. It's only seen like 30-40% of me. I feel like I really haven't had to go in my bag to really, show my true skills.
Well, that's scary. I mean, if that's true, and he's just not, being baloney, that's true. What else do y'all think he could have in his skill set? I know that's kind of a crazy question. What else you think he's holding back? What else could he show us? Looked like he did it all last night. What else could he show us? He fights well off the back foot. He set traps. You know what I'm saying? The uppercuts to the body. Shit. He showed us everything. He showed us the jab, out the southpaw. Showed us the jab out the orthodox stance. You know what I'm saying? He even showed us some short uppercuts on the inside that he can do, long uppercuts and shit from outside. I mean, what else could he do? I mean,
what, Paul? I think that what Boots is saying is he needs to fight the type guys because he's never in these fights that he's doing now, especially I don't think he's had the chance to fight somebody to the point where they make him adjust anything. I think what he means, like he can just go in there and do whatever he wants when he wants to.
Yeah.
Versus to being in there with somebody to where he like, oh man, this ain't gonna work. Well, let me try this. He hasn't gotten. I think he's saying he hasn't ran to a fighter that'll make him adjust or make him have to think on how to approach.
Or push him to do something. Saying to show some of his greatness. What you think, Tremaine? You there?
Yep, I'm here.
Mm-hmm. What you think? You ain't even listen. What you think he could do? Like if he only showed us 30 to 40% of himself, what else you think he's hiding up in there? What else do you think he could show us?
I mean, he showed me everything I needed to see. He's a total fighter.
But what else? What other skills you think? He said, it's only 30, we only seen 30 or 40%. I'm trying to think. What else could he show us?
And he showed he showed the jab. He was double hitting. He showed the uppercut. I mean, he was jabbing around him. His defense was on. Just everything was good.
Yeah. Did you see? And one thing that's I try to watch the small things. Like you saw when he would overshoot the top of Villa, he would use that defense responsibility to press him down so he couldn't return fire. And I was like, this dude got it all, bro. I don't know if that's just some basic shit in boxing or not, but when he would overshoot Villa, he would use, hands and use that defense responsibility to keep him from firing back at that close range and stuff. And I noticed that last night. He was controlling Villa, physically, and that's gonna take him a long way fighting the top guys, being able to put hands on them, and he would catch and shoot like on instinct, just catch and shoot. Coville in the heat of exchange, he would just catch shit, bro, and just come back with his shot. He was giving them these little short shots inside. Anytime he came on the inside, he'd give him a shot to the gut. And I was like, wow, man. I'm like, man, this dude is so underrated. He's underrated.
I'm thinking what he's that extra percentage is just going to be bite down and grit for the guys that can go just as hard as he can. Like, because we haven't seen that from him. So I think that's that next level. You guys think that I'm just dominating these guys, but what about a person that can go just as hard as I can, that I can still do what it is that I'm doing now? Just showing that.
I think a fight with Errol Spence Jr. would be a war of attrition. You know what I'm saying? Because I think with EJ work rate, I think with EJ work rate, he would make Boots have to come, you know what I'm saying, correct. He would have to meet him in the middle of the ring because he's not going to have time to do some of the shit he did to Filler. But with Terrence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, I think that would be more of a chess match because of the way Crawford tried to set his traps and the way and he's not going to want to walk into Bud Crawford's traps, right? You know what I'm saying? So I think that'd be more of a technical fight until Boots, you know what I'm saying, recognize everything Bud is trying to do, and then I think he would catch Bud and break him down, you know what I'm saying, because of his power in both hands. So that would be an excellent fight, bro. That would be a good mental fight. But I think EJ,
I'd like to see it at 60 though.
Oh man, at 60, that ain't gonna be good, bro.
I'd like to see it at 60 though, because let EJ get to his 4-man body. Boots is already big, you can tell, and just let them both just be solid so they can absorb that shit. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna be giving out more, of course, but at the same time they'll be able to absorb and have more power.
Well, I'm thinking more about Bud Crawford age. You know what I'm saying? The older you get, you're gonna lose something. Every year you lose something, you know what I'm saying? So even if you stay in top condition, you're talking about, you know, a young dog versus an old dog. So if you're equally talented, you know what I'm saying, usually the young, talented dog, bigger dog is going to win. And so, you know, it's just an age factor. Now, if they were both prime for prime, that would, bro. See, that's what I mean by these guys have cheated us out of the, you know, saying a golden era of fighting because, you know, and they probably, you know, Bud ain't fight shit. He didn't fight nobody. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fight the top guys. So if he would have fought the top guys, then we would have been able to see, you know, everything that, you know, that he got in his toolbox because he would have to use that shit, you know what I'm saying, against all them boys like Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, and all them guys. And
following up on that, Paul, kind of what you said earlier and what you're saying right now, do you really think that, you know, if Bud loses, that he's going up?
Oh, I think the next fight going to have to be. I think that's Errol Spence Jr. last fight at 54. At 47. EJ said that's his last fight. So if they do a rematch, but most people don't think it's going to be a rematch because of the way they fight, the physical way they fight, and the way EJ fight, and most people thinking Errol Spence Jr. is going to win. So you know EJ next fight is going to be at 154. Bud, you know what I'm saying? I think Bud want to fight Jermell Charlo. If he beats EJ, he wants to fight Jermell Charlo. So he's gonna either way. Both of these guys are gonna move up to 154. I'm sorry, I'm playing.
You don't think that window with Jermell is passed with this Charlo fight?
The what now?
You don't think that window with him fighting Charlo has passed with this Canelo fight?
It just depends because Jermell is psycho, man. He's a psycho. He ain't in this just for the money. With Jermell, he's more of a legacy type dude, and I think he seriously want to beat Bud ass. I don't think he wants to fight EJ, but I do think he wants to fight Bud Crawford. Now, if he's PBC could be doing this so EJ, you know, have a chance to become, you know, at 154 to move Jermell out the way, but if EJ wants to be undisputed, he has to fight Jermell Charlo. And it's easy to, you know what I'm saying, it's just easier to manage all the belts, keeping it inside PBC if them two fight instead of vacating all the belts and having to go grab them from everywhere. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's going to let Golden Boy in. That's going to let Top Rank in. That's going to let the zone in. If we don't want them motherfuckers to get the belts because they ain't going to fight nobody. They're going to be political, and we'll be right back in the 54. We'll be right back in the same situation that we in at 135. You know, where you know, before Devin got all the different companies having a belt and not fighting. You know what I'm saying? Not cross promoting. And so hopefully, you know what I'm saying, Jermell will come back down, and maybe even not for a belt. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you know, they can make the fight just to make the fight. I know Crawford got a 3-fight. Well, it is a 2-fight deal, 3-fight deal because he got the rematch, right? Clause. So you got a 3-fight deal. So Crawford is there at the PBC. So they got them boys. So whatever Jermell want to do is going to be damn good. You know, but I do think he will come back down for Crawford ass. You know what I'm saying? Or he may he come back down for Spence. You know, so I'm surprised we're talking like this, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
What's your P for P at the end of the year, Paul?
What's my what?
Your pound for pound list at the end of the year.
Oh man, I have to kick back and do one. But I really don't do pound for pound because it's so damn political. But I would put Jamel first. I think he's pound for pound #1 right now. Then I would say EJ. You know what I'm saying? I'll say EJ. Then I would say let's see. Then I would say Crawford. Have to put Crawford on there as #3. Let me see. #4. Oh my goodness. #4. I gotta think now so I don't miss nobody. #4. Let me see. Man, because there's so many good fighters right now. Well, you got to put Devin Haney because he's undisputed. I don't do Canelo because you already know Canelo full of shit. I'll put Devin Haney. He got the other undisputed #4, but then you would have to put Tank on there just on pure talent, and just pure skill. I'll put Javante Tank Davis as #5. Shit. Man, I'm just thinking skill for skill now. Let me see. I would go ahead and put let me see, Shakur Stevenson on there. 'Cause I think his skill level, even though I don't think he's really fought type talent, but I'm just looking at his skills. I think he's gonna be pound for pound. Let me see where #6. I'll put Stevenson right there. Going down the line. Let's see. It's kind of hard, bro, because let me see after that, I'm just thinking about all the fighters. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to not put Boots on there yet, but look like he's going to make it somewhere up in there. He's going to make it somewhere. When we just talk about top skill, pound for pound type shit, Better Beeve is in there. Better Beeve is definitely number 7. I think Better Beeve is a bad motherfucker. Better Beeve is on there. Let me see. #7, #8. Let's see. Man, this shit is hard, bro, because there's so many motherfuckers with skills. Let me see. Like I said, I don't really make the list, but I'm just doing like a little sketch here for you guys. Better Beeve. Then, let me see. It's hard. You're going to have to put Cool Boy on there at some point in time. Cool Boy at number 8. His skill level is tremendous. And you could put Boots on there. Let's see, at #9. And let's see, #10. This is due to change. I got to really, really think about it. I'm probably missing some shit. Let me see. Cool Boy. You know what I'm saying? Then Boots. I put Cool Boy on it because, you know what I'm saying, he got a couple of titles, you know what I'm saying? And he has fought the decent competition in his division. Boots is just getting there. With this win for Villa, we can't give him everything, but he is making the pound for pound list. So at number 10, let me see what I put on there. We either have to give it to, we can't put David on there yet because, you know what I'm saying, David, he's been doing his thing, but I don't think he pound for pound shit, so I think he still could get beat by David Morrell. But let me see who's for that number 10 spot. Searching around from division to division. I would say, let's see, because now you got to go to the little boys, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't put Anyway on that shit, man. I wouldn't put his ass on. He haven't fought nobody to me. But number 10, you could probably put Bivol on there. Or I don't put heavyweights, you know what I'm saying, because the pound for pound list wasn't made for heavyweights. It was made for all the little guys. So I would say Bivol. Put Bivol. You could put Bivol and Bivol. He'll make number 10. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. That's the list right there. But I have to really look into it and see if I need to make any adjustments. You know what I'm saying? But I rarely do a pound for pound.
Could you reiterate it one more time, just run it straight through?
Okay. So what did I say? I said Jamel #1. Number 2, I put Spence. Number 3, Crawford. Number 4, I put Devin Haney. I know people gonna be like, Number 5, I put Tank. Number 6, who did I say? Number 6, Shakur Stevenson. Number 7, I say maybe Bivol. Maybe Bivol. Number 8, I would say like it's between Cool Boy Steph. Then I would put Boots, and then I would put who was I say number 10? I forgot who I said number 10. Number 10, I can't remember. Who did I say?
It was what's my guy name? That far Canelo.
No, it wasn't no damn Canelo. Fuck Canelo.
No, the guy that fought Canelo. What's his name?
Bivol.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canelo don't make no damn list, man. That nigga a coward. You know
But you said you omitted Benavidez?
Yeah, I don't think. I think he's still. You know, I think he got David Morea Jr. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, that could possibly beat him. Canelo could possibly beat him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's pound for pound. And he only fought like what's his name? Caleb Plant. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he getting there. He getting there. I don't think he got the talent of a Boots or Shakur Stevenson. You know, if you were pound for pound, if you was put him at any other weight class, would he beat those? Would he be the best at those weight classes? Right? That's like a pound for pound thing. Like if he was to, you know, if he was the same size as different fighters, how would he fare at 147? You know what I'm saying?
I'm always impressed with his length and his bite down.
Yeah, but the pound for pound, when you're talking about pound for pound, if he was the same size as Boots Ennis, who would win? You know what I'm saying? That I'm talking about imaginary wise for pound. If he was the same size as Tank, who would win? You know what I'm saying? If he was the same, and that's how you do that's how I do my pound for pound. If they were the same size, who would be better? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's who make the list. And then you got to think about the accolades too. You know what I'm saying? So, so that's why he kind of like just don't make lists, you know. But I think he should be on there at some point in time. Like he would definitely be number 11. I think he'll be number 11. But you can't put him above those guys right there because of, you know, their accomplishments and what they accomplished at their weight classes. But like I said, that was just a sketch. You know what I'm saying? Just off the dome. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing like I really like researched or really looked into to be accurate. So like I said, I might be 1 or 2 fighters off, you know. Like I said, I don't usually do pound for pound, but I can do it though. You know what I'm saying? I can definitely do it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's how I look at it. What's going on, Billionaire Boxing TV in the building? What's going on? He says, so you say should be on the list? Yeah, like I said, that was just off the dome. That's just off the dome. I mean, like I said, I have to look at it and like research and, you know what I'm saying, just look over everything. That was just off the dome. Hey, let me tell you, the Mexican Monster is one of my favorite motherfuckers. So, I mean, I love the Mexican Monster, bro. You know what I'm saying? YB, he says, Cash Crypto, he says, everybody out here in Vegas picking Bud by a landslide. You know, and that's just so damn weird to me how they pick Bud Crawford like that. Like, you know what I'm saying, given his resume and given his past, it's like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's not my opinion, but that's other people's opinion. So they like his skills, they like the flash, you know, they don't like that basic style that EJ presents. So let's get back into it.
What does 100% Boots look like?
Dangerous.
There's one question. Even though you mentioned that the Spence and Crawford do have a rematch clause, you know, obviously if the fight isn't a great fight or whatever, you know, you may be right at the top of the thing. Are you going to be in Las Vegas on July 29th?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm being a good. Want to see what they do. Hopefully it's a one-sided fight and nobody get a rematch. I'll be next. You know.
Hey Boots, you know, going off that last fight against Karen Chikazi in January 7th, what did you show here in this fight against Roiman?
Just showcase my ability. I feel like showcase speed, power, defense, you know, angles, you know. I feel like I did a little bit of everything, you know.
Yeah, Boots. You know the division top to bottom, the contenders, the prospects, the elite guys. Roiman Villa put up a pretty tough performance today. Where would you rate him amongst the division right now?
He's definitely a tough guy. I feel like he'll beat a lot of guys. He comes forward, bring a lot, bring pressure. I feel like he didn't bring that much pressure to me, but I feel like other guys he bring a lot more pressure, and I feel like he'll catch those guys on the end of the punches. Yeah. He got a good career ahead of him. Hopefully he get back in the mix and be healthy and just play. That's fine.
Man, isn't that excellent, man? The way he gave Villa his credit, man. He gave Villa his respect, man. He recognized that man as a true warrior, bro. Say, well, all the pussy punk ass shit we've been seeing in boxing, people not giving, fighters not giving, their opponents credit. This is a beautiful thing that we're watching here. He recognized, he's giving you a great assessment of where Villa career. He went in there and that man tested him and he passed the test. And, I don't know about the pressure, it was a lot of pressure. It's just that you had the intangibles, the power to keep Villa off you. You had the movement, so you had the skills, to separate yourself from a Villa. So, Villa is underrated. I think he's going to go through his career underrated until he stops stopping some names. And he's going to stop some names, and y'all going to be surprised, because, Jaron Boots Ennis just got, he's got next level skills, and he's able to turn his abilities up higher in the ring. So it just looks like that, because he's fighting a superior boxer, right? But Villa's going to stop some people. And y'all going to be surprised. He would probably stop a Ugas. He could probably stop a Keith Thurman. He's going to stop a lot of names up in there. And I love that Boots is giving this man his props, But we're going to leave that one right there because I don't want to get flagged for this shit. So we're going to come out of this here. So, we don't get flagged for using the people material. Okay. So, yeah, man, Boots is on his way up, Let's see. Wash was boxing gym arguing with everybody. So y'all, you guys are out there in Vegas, man. That is awesome, bro. I bet it's gonna be, pandemonium out there, bro. When the Errol Spence Jr., Bud Crawford, man, I don't even know, bro. It's just gonna be crazy out there. Rooms. I know they're going for crazy amounts of money. The atmosphere. You boys just better be careful out there, man, because it's gonna be a lot of passion out there, and we know how boxing fans are. Especially if they think you're rooting for the person they're not rooting for. Y'all be careful out there, young billionaire. And get some good footage, man, because it's like I know it's gonna be, it's gonna be some good stuff out there you guys can get. But that's what it is, man. What's y'all? Are you guys going to the fight? Are you Tremaine, Sweet Science? Y'all going to the fight?
No, I'm gonna just host a party at the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I enjoy it more from the crib because I don't want a whole bunch of people around me yelling drunk. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This one, Pooh. Yeah, I'll be at the fight, man, and I all this talking, man. I mean about Terrence Crawford, man, and what he gonna do, and man, they making him look like he gonna be this 36-year-old Sugar Ray Leonard. So I want to be there to see it. So and be able to see it for myself. So I'll be there, man. And I ain't gonna be around there telling them I'm there for EJ because I don't want nothing to happen to me.
Yeah, I thought about going to the bar, but this is one of the ones that I know I'm gonna get real expressive about. I want to be able to yell and rant and go up and down the damn walkway or whatever, So I had to be at the house.
See, I definitely not going. Cause I'm that nigga that's gonna bring the bottle in the car, So I'm gonna bring the Hennessy, put it in my pants, and so I don't have to buy them $50 shots, drinks, and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm that nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one who's gonna take him about 5 or 6 of them little shot things and hide them, and you know what I'm saying? Cause I'm just not gonna spend. You're already spending, thousands of dollars. Just to get a seat up in there, bro. You know, if you go into that fight, y'all, more power to you. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad y'all got money like that, but Pool kind of boxing got to live. He got to live. He got to live, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I
Hey,
don't like. I mean, I like Roman noodles and shit, but I don't like to eat that shit full time. Mm-mm. No, bro. Mm-mm.
gave me the pass, man. I just said, hey, I ain't going. As you say, I ain't going out to eat. I just told myself, we be eating out a lot, and I said, hey, I just went to the grocery store yesterday, man. I said, hey, look, ain't gonna be no eating out this month. I already know what I spent for groceries, and I ain't going
Mm-mm.
out to eat, so I kind of know. And so I started. I did that. Started that last month, and got the okay from the wife. That's the only reason I'm going.
Hey, but I like my boys, young billionaire. I love to see the media get out there, man. I just wish that this shit blow up to a mainstream type thing. It's just for me to know, you know what I'm saying? Just this boxing community is something special. And just the talent that's up in this thing, man. It's like when you see these guys, interviewing the guys that we follow, I just be so happy when they get those interviews, man, in or they get noticed or they get more, you know what I'm saying, exposure for everybody. Um, and I say, damn, you know what I'm saying? I know YB, or when I hear YSM, you know what I'm saying, doing the interview, or even when I hear Blue Blood on there giving the interview, I'm like, okay, I know them, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You can hear them, giving their questions and stuff. I was like, man, them boys are doing their thing, man. Only person that like probably like let me down was Fred, Pop Shop Conversation. You know what I'm saying? He got fucked up, you know what I'm saying, with the companies and stuff, So you gotta watch, you got to know how to move in those circles to get those passes and things like that. And even if you don't, you know what I'm saying, you gotta keep your relationships with these managers and things like that. Like Pac-Man, you know what I'm saying, Pac-Man Jones, you know what I'm saying, he keep good relationships so he can get information. And I admire those guys that's able to do that. Keep the relationship with the David Benavidez and you know what I'm saying, that give them to come on their channels, you know what I'm saying. I would love to do that. I just don't have time, bro. I would, just to pursue it and you know what I'm saying. But I think I'm good at what I'm doing. But I really admire those guys, though, tell you the truth. If I was retired, y'all, this is all I would be doing. I'd be out there with young billionaire. I'd be out there trying to get these interviews and talking to different boxing fans. I'll be talking to boxing fans and shit with a microphone and shit and asking them how they feel. I'll be doing all that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll be out there, coming. I'll probably be at y'all town over at your house eating goddamn oxtail and shit. This shit good, motherfucker. With cornbread, you know what I'm saying? I'll be over to your house, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I be, man, but I love it when they go out there and get those interviews or get those with the sparring partners and stuff like that, man. Because they could tell you things that, you know what I'm saying, we don't know. Like when they say EJ got more tools in his bag, I believe it. You know what I'm saying? Because I've heard his sparring partners say it too much. That he do things in sparring that he don't do in the ring. Just little tidbits like that, man. Just kind of give you a full picture of what these guys are like, and you know what I'm saying. I just admire that them guys are able to do that in their life, man. That's just something that I love, man. I said, YB, man, y'all guys are the best when it comes to this boxing media. So this is the real media, by the way. All y'all already know that bullshit that they be doing on ESPN and that bullshit they do on Max Kellerman. That's bullshit. This is the real gritty, the real. You know what I'm saying? When you go to YB or you go to YSM or you go to you know what I'm saying, the people that go out there and touch on it, that's the real boxing media, bro. Because they giving you shit that say you can't get nowhere else. They focus on boxing. They're not focusing on tennis. They're not focusing on basketball. They focusing on the fight and the fighter. So them dudes subscribe to Young Billionaire, man. He be doing his thing, bro.
And I'll say this, Pooh. I think just piggybacking off what you're saying, I think it's about being authentic and and transparent with your content. And I think many of the times that's with podcasters like yourself, I think that's what you get. And you ain't got nobody behind you telling you what to say and paying you to say what they want you to say. You're getting the real. So I just think I think that is the beauty, and if I could use that term, we talking boxing, but I think that's just the beauty and the purity of boxing I feel is at an all-time high, because podcasters are not agreeing. So you can go and listen to you said billionaire, you can go and listen to a lot, and then you're going to hear different perspectives. So that's what it's supposed to be about. You don't have to agree on everything, and then you get the opportunity to have that discussion, an honest discussion about what your perspectives is. So I think that's a good thing.
Well, one thing I was watching Fred, I watched him barbershop conversation one night. This before he had fell out with the PBC, and EJ called late one night. EJ called him up, you know what I'm saying, and just had a conversation with Fred, barbershop conversation. And I was on that stream that night, just listening in and stuff. And I was like, oh shit, that's EJ. You know what I'm saying? So he just called up barbershop conversation. That's how deep Fred was up in that thing. And you know what I'm saying, before he got, thrown out of heaven and shit, they had to throw him in the hell. I don't know what the hell Fred did or anything.
Well, I'll tell you this. I end up running up on his material, I think like start last year, man. And the stuff he was saying about PBC, it really didn't make sense to me. And I listened to him a few times. I could never fully listen to him because it was like hate, man. It was straight hate content, man.
I think he fell out with like some female that managed over all that shit. So I forgot her name, and she didn't give him a credential or something like that for a fight. And after that, it was just like, fuck the PBC, fuck, they running out of money, and Blue Blood ran with shit, and everybody was saying, Pete, they jumped on that. Well, they were running that. They was really trying to convince people that they were running out of money, and I was just like, what is this? What's going on? So I you know how it is. It's almost like that old saying: a woman scoring nines if a nigga scoring. You know what I'm saying? It's the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas just gonna never be on your side again, or never be for you. You got to separate yourself. Saying from that. If you're on the outside, you're on the outside, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep those relationships good. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, Fred is on the outside of all that.
And hey, Pooh, I watched the other week. I watched the interview from Sean Porter's father, I believe, who was saying what Fred did. That if Fred stayed close to him, and basically he ended it with basically saying he see Fred as an opportunist, man, and so. I mean, it's multiple. It ain't limited. It's multiple. So, and that's a small community. So once you start
Kelly Swans. Kelly Swans.
You start putting a bad taste in one, and then they start getting together, then they're gonna exclude you. Which it's a small community. So whatever you're doing, you gotta be able. If it's a misunderstanding, you gotta be able to speak to it. Once you can't speak to what you're saying.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you try to come off like you humble and you hide the fact that you're a real arrogant dickhead, it's going to come out eventually.
And that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. He said he gave an example. He said one time, he said he was always talking about he could play basketball, and then some of the fighters got together and put together a basketball game. He got there and he couldn't even play. They said, so they peeping him. They like, he just talking. So they would just say he was giving multiple examples.
Well, you got to choose, in my opinion, if you're gonna fake it, you know what I'm saying, but you got to fake well. You got to fake it. If you're gonna fake it till you make it, you got to make sure your shit covered. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're talking about sports or anything, but people gonna try you. You say I could play spades and shit, and you get in there and you reneging and shit, and you cutting your partner off, and you don't know what the hell you're doing, then, bro, you killing yourself. But you go to the spade table like you could play spades. It's like, and that's Fred conversation right there. You know, say, bro, they're gonna pull your card at some point in time. I think he got good content. I just think that right now his mindset is, so just against the PBC. So, I take everything he say with a grain of salt. I don't even watch him that much no more, but I like his content. It's just he just throw his ego in there. Y'all talk about just things that bragging on your money, shit like that, and that's a boxing channel. So you talk about what you want to talk about, but say if you're making good money, you're making good money, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just don't be a swagger if you're not really built like that. So people are looking at you and like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Just be yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that is him. I don't know. But that arrogance came out, and he must be said something to Kelly Swanson that she didn't like, and that's all it takes to really blackball you. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're a media person. That's why I like the way Young Billionaire them move. They're very humble. They're very authentic, and people can sense that on you. You know what I'm saying? When you just keep it real and you're just not trying to throw shade on motherfuckers just to get clicks on YouTube. And so that's something I don't even give a shit about, bro. You know what I'm saying? The clicks on YouTube. I mean, I want you to hit my like button, but if you don't feel like hitting my like button, I'm not gonna sit there and shut down the show or be saying, hey man, I ain't gonna say nothing until you click my like button. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that shit. Or if you don't send me a contribution or anything like that, I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? If you want to send me a contribution, send me a contribution. It supports the channel. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to sit here and try to make everybody give me $5 or sit here and try to make you give me $1 or 99 cents. You do what you feel, because when you push people, you know what I'm saying, that, if you living off YouTube, nigga, you living off YouTube. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but let people know what you all about. You know what I'm saying? And if they feel like, saying giving you something, then bro, that's what it is. If not, that's what that is too. That's why I like Champ Side. So Champ Side don't put no pressure on people. You know what I'm saying? He just makes sure his content is tight. So I love the way his platform, the way he handle it. You know what I'm saying? So you learn a lot from different content creators how to be on here. I think it was TZ Frank that really helped me out a lot. You know what I'm saying? The way I always been like humble or whatever, but I always want to kind of give you the boxing stuff, you know what I'm saying, like in a very professional way. And TC said, man, he said, man, come on, bro. He said, just be yourself. You know what I'm saying? He says, man, just tell it like you know what I'm saying, like you can give it. And I always give TZ Frank that shout out because I was like, you're right, man. You know what I'm saying? Just come on. He said, don't worry about all that, man. He said, people, you know what I'm saying, they like you, they'll tune in. If not, you know what I'm saying, don't worry about it, bro. He said, and make sure you come on when you got the energy, because I used to come on tired as hell, and you know what I'm saying, and I couldn't hardly, get it out and stuff. So, so I learned from you guys too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I have people up on open panels, you know what I'm saying, and don't try to be the know-it-all, be-all. I let everybody, because everybody boxing aficionados up in here that come to my channel, and they all got a point of view. And, say for these damn trolls that come through thinking people are afraid of, bro, I've been watching boxing for 40 years. It ain't shit you could tell me, you know what I'm saying, that I'm afraid of, bro. I mean, I don't watch damn near every boxer, you know what I'm saying? So, when motherfucker coming here talking about challenging me, they're going to cook me, you know what I'm saying, just because you got a good mouthpiece, that shit don't mean nothing to me, you know what I'm saying, because I know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? Do you know what you're talking about? Just because you studying this shit just to make talking points, that don't mean a damn thing. I used to go through all that shit in the Mayweather era when we used to argue with the Pacquiao crew and, go to these debating panels. For those who don't think Pool Counter Boxing can't debate, I can debate. I'm just tired, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to argue about boxing. I just want to enjoy the shit. I don't want to kick back and try to study like I'm in a university and try to counter talking points. I can do it. I've done it. You know what I'm saying? I've been on YouTube. People don't know I've been on YouTube for about since I got old videos of my old shit, like since like 2008, some shit like that. I've been going way, but I never tried to build a channel, stuff like that. So it's a long road. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be here, so it ain't no, you know what I'm saying. If this a passion, you know what I'm saying, for you to make content, then that's what you do it for. I don't do it to build up a, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to be a big ass channel because I got work to do. You know what I'm saying? If I build up a huge ass channel like Blue Blood, now I got to goddamn get in here and make content constantly. Like this motherfucker be dropping shit from two. I don't know if he got people working for him or what, but this motherfucker be round the clock dropping content. And I said, shit, I love the way I do it, so because I get to engage with everybody. I get to, say, talk about what we want to talk about. I get people to come up here and express what they want to say, and that's perfect for me, man. That's like that's the best right there for me, because we live in a vacuum with this boxing shit. I talk to my cousins. They don't know shit about boxing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I didn't know you were passionate about boxing like that. I said, how you don't know? You know what I'm saying? I told you to go to my channel. They don't give a shit because they ain't into boxing. Not a whole lot of people are into boxing like we are. And when you see other boxing aficionados hook up, and we learn from each other. So I don't know everything about boxing. I just know what I know, and what I'm saying, I know y'all got different perspectives and stuff that I respect because I can't cover everything. Like 187 is excellent. Everything boxing. I love his channel. Knockout. He's a savant in this shit. You know what I'm saying? But, as far as being intimidated about debating and shit, I don't want to argue boxing. I think we all watching the same shit. And it's like, I want to hear your thoughts on it and what you think. And if I'm missing something, I can grab it from, your perspective. And I think that's how you advance your knowledge on it. Even the smaller channels, what I'm saying, they got some good shit to say. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the name? Black Star Sports TV. You know what I'm saying? Go check them out, man. You know what I'm saying? Some of these guys are really, they should be bigger channels. But I don't put myself above anybody. You know what I'm saying? I just like, cooking with, regular boxing fans. And that's my thing. You know, so if you like that kind of shit, come on over to Pool Counter Boxing, man. We'll just chop it up. You know what I'm saying? And we'll go through this shit, But boxing is looking good right now, y'all. Man, we getting some really good fights. I'm pissed off about the Virgil Ortiz shit. I thought that was going to be another big fight that we was going to be able to get on. And I just hope that all the other fights come through. We don't need EJ getting a hand injury in training. We don't need Bud, pulling a muscle. So we need everything to fall in line so we can get these fights. And could you imagine if something like that happened, fellas? Like, and all the people who done brought rooms and things in Vegas, everybody got flight tickets. And could you imagine if that fight fell through, bro? Oh my God, bro. I mean, we that would be a setback, bro. That would be huge. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to pray that everything turns out good, for boxing this year. I think this is one of the best years in boxing, bro. I mean, you can't really complain with all the fights that we've gotten. And I don't know why they don't put more respect on PBC, man. I just don't get it. And I mean, man, they are the top promotional company right now, if that's what you want to call them. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Pooh, I know why they don't put it on PBC because it's Al Heyman. I mean, you got a black man doing this, and he didn't he did transition from the entertainment business into the boxing business, and if you go years back, they were talking about his model. Oh, his model ain't gonna work. Da 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 da. He's cheap. His fighters don't fight. I heard all that about PBC back then, and yet the man has stayed fast with his model. He has been able to get the fighters to buy into his model, and now you see that the network has bought into his model. So and that's not easy, when you have a model to get people to buy in. I'm talking about you got to think, you got to say, you got to think about the end user, right? You got to think about it, that's the fans, but then you got to think about the fighters, right? Who actually, you need a stable of fighters, and then you come back, and then you got to think about the networks, because if you ain't got the network, you ain't got the platform, you can't do it. So Al Heyman on every level, he's been able to do it. And here go the funny part. He's invisible. You don't see, Pooh. He's the invisible man. And so that is amazing. So that tells you, what I learned from Al Heyman. I ain't never met him, but what I learned is sometimes you got to move without talking, and that's what I feel like he does. He don't want to be seen. He and the times I wouldn't try to pull up video every time, man. It's a quick interaction and he's gone, and that's how you got to be. So it makes sense to me why he's being successful.
Yeah, he is. Al Heyman has changed the game, as far as fighters getting paid, what I'm saying, what they're worth. One thing I will say that I don't like about the PBC is the time that these fighters are taking off. I think they'll be a lot sharper. I think we'll get a lot more fights if they fought more often. But, you don't have no control of that. But I think if they wouldn't have to take these tune-ups, a lot of these fighters like Keith Thurman coming back, they wouldn't have to take tune-ups if they just fought more often. You don't have to fight the top opponents, and people would even complain about the quality of opponents if you just stayed active in between big fights. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's one thing I hate about PBC. They make so much money that they can just, relax and cruise to the next big fight. We live in a big fight era right now. That's what the fighters want. They want big fights. They don't want the little small fights. And it's the little small fights that shows you, how they develop and the technique and stuff. And we're not getting that right now. We're just going from big fight to big fight. So either they out of shape or they need a tune up, and we got to wait on all that shit. Before they even get signed to another big fight. So it's kind of frustrating. But this year, all of the shit done came together after that long waiting period. That 3-2 year fight. This is the year everybody getting together to fight. And one thing I want to say though, fellas, that y'all been watching Ryan Garcia? Have y'all? I mean, have y'all been watching Derek James with Ryan Garcia? Ryan Garcia, let me tell you, and I'm going to predict this now for y'all. I'm going to predict this now. Ryan Garcia is going to be better, y'all. He's going to be a better fighter. And with his natural athletic abilities, he is going to be a problem when he come back out of that Derek James camp. He's going to be a problem, y'all, because now he's getting some proper fundamental training, and I can't wait to see Ryan Garcia next fight. What you guys think about that?
Yeah, when it come to Ryan, I'm gonna wait to see. It's just that I feel like he's an impulsive type of person. So he may be, get trained, but if you rattle him, he'll go back to who he is. So I want to see one fight, and see if he can keep his composure, and then I can go from there because, obviously he got power, and so it's just a matter of is he gonna be able to keep his composure and stay focused on the task at hand and the training that he's been given by Derek James.
Let me see, who is he with? I mean, look at who he with though, bro. He's with the dude that can tame all that. He's with the dude that can get all that control, all that impulsiveness. That's what he do with EJ. That's what he do with Jamil Charlo. That's the perfect trainer.
Yes.
That's the perfect trainer to get out them tendencies that Ryan Garcia has. And I think he's going to be so dangerous with them hand speed, the power, add some intelligent foot movement, fighting off the back foot. He's going to be hell. He's going to be hell. We got to see him develop it, though. I think Derek is going to take him to the next level. If he would have been with Derek James from the beginning, Ryan Garcia he'll be a star, bro. If he had Derek James training, going to the body as fast as that kid reflexes are, he could have done some damage, bro. He just wasted his time over that Golden Boy, and what we see, and especially. Go ahead.
I was saying I think he's gonna pull his reflex to counter, and have that expectation where Ryan didn't have the know-how on how to counter or the expectation of what's coming after. Now he's going to be able to use Ryan's reflexes and get him up to par on the reflexes. I like how he damn near almost slapped him in the head, just teaching him to keep that hand up, because this is what's coming next. Yeah, I agree with you, Paul.
Yeah, and AJ, I think it's a little too late for him, but I do like the things that he's he's in there with some champions. He's in there, kind of soaking up the atmosphere, around, those smaller guys. 'Cause AJ he always wanted to fight like a smaller guy. He always wanted them kind of small skills that the smaller boxers got. I think it's too late for him right now because he's too old, to change up his style like that and be effective against the boys he's facing.
Do you think he has a chance against Wilder?
Hell no. Because he don't have the heart. He don't have that thing that makes you go forward. But I'm just kind of like interested to see what Derek James could do with him. If he had heart, he would have been fought Deontay Wilder by now. I think he just don't have the confidence to get in the ring with them. Look at Andy Ruiz right now. I know Andy Ruiz got heart, but he don't want that Wilder smoke. I'm surprised by that. Before he got any kind of like opportunity to fight AJ, he was that dude. He was that dude that would go into the ring. He didn't give a fuck because his career wasn't really like that. So now that he's got a little bit of name, it's like, it's kind of like Keith Thurman when he got those wins, he ain't want it no more. You know what I'm saying? Now that Andy Ruiz, he done what he done with AJ. It's like he don't want to challenge himself like that no more. And before he looked like he was down with the fight for Deontay Wilder, but now he's talking a whole nother tune. So it's like, I don't know, he's like the fat kid that, that got like insecurity issues, So now that he's losing a little weight, he want to be a pretty boy. He wants to be it's like he wants to be this dainty. He want to be Ryan Garcia or some shit. So, with Andy Ruiz, I don't think we're going to get that fight, but it is what it is. And, Deontay Wilder's on the second half of his career. So he would have, I don't think he could beat Deontay Wilder, but I think more people, he should be getting more people coming at him to try him. But I'm just surprised by Andy Ruiz, man, because I thought he was a warrior. He just looked like he's just not with the smoke right now. At least not against Deontay Wilder. I'm surprised by Usyk too. So it's just like they maneuvering up there to heavyweight. I've never seen heavyweights really act like this. So that's why that division is not that popular. Unless Deontay Wilder is leading the group and fighting Tyson Fury or somebody big, that division is kind of dead if you think about it. Because name some other heavyweights that you really want to watch, that you would pay $84.99 to see. Name besides Deontay Wilder, who would you pay $84.99 to see? That's a question to both of y'all. Tremaine, Sweet Side.
Yeah, for me, what you said, the heavyweights, I just been seeing them try to stay out of the way of one another. Waiting on the, unless they get paid. It's almost like that Terrence Crawford. You got to pay me to take that risk. And as you know, Al Heyman ain't going for that. They adding up the numbers, and they saying, hey, this is the fight right here. And them guys are saying, nah, I don't want that. So they trying to keep their name out there. So I look at the heavyweight divisions as being stagnant. And as you said, basically, if Wilder don't make things move, it's just gonna be stagnant.
And nobody even think about this damn Bridgerweight division that they're talking about that Mauricio Suleiman is trying to pump up. Nobody even think about that shit, bro. A Bridgerweight. You know what I'm saying? So, they're going to have to, Deontay Wilder is the face of the heavyweights. Even though he hasn't, he lost his last fight. No, he didn't lose his last fight. He won against Adonis Helenius, right? Anywhere Deontay Wilder goes, the money goes, and at the heavyweight division. So they need to give that man his props. He needs to be more celebrated for what he brings to the heavyweight division. And people don't want to admit that, but it is what it is. Eric Johnson says it's definitely possible. I think Bud's going to try to step on the gas, and EJ's going to be there, breaking his ass down, and Bud is going to be in retreat mode. Well, we see Crawford. He is definitely getting in top condition, man. I've seen him do that. Y'all seen Crawford do that mountain, the mountain steps? You know what I'm saying? Did y'all see that?
Yeah, I watched after the fight last night. It went into the all access. So I watched the all access. Yeah, that was tight. That was tight and very insightful. And I've seen them steps. Yes.
I mean, this man, he got his whole family out there, exercise, and I think that's great for Crawford, giving him, giving him the support that he gonna need in this fight.
He looks really solid too, man.
Yeah, you see how puffed up his head is and shit.
His arm definition, man. You look at that man's arms. That's like, God damn, Crawford big as hell.
So I think he knows that this is his signature fight. He knows this is the fight everybody going to remember him for. So we getting ready for a goddamn shootout, man. This is going to be everything we thought it was, man. Crawford looks ready. Spence looked ready. It got the nigga doing acupuncture and got the nigga doing flex training, and these boys are getting in top shape. So
it always gets me when they come to the commentary on how they say the things that'll keep Earl from winning. I was just like, it's not really what Crawford's gonna do to win. It's like, this is what you have to do to keep Earl from winning. In so many words, I'm like, Are they really realizing that's what they're saying? Right. But Crawford looks good, man.
Hey, Babu, one thing I asked a few weeks ago, and I want to know if you had got any update on it. What is going to be the size of that ring? That's the one thing that I would like to know. What is going to be the size of that ring? Because that's going to tell me a lot right there. Because I know if you look at yesterday, that dude Villa, even it ended up that Boots had to stop and fight him. So I don't know what size that ring was last night, but it wasn't all big because he had to fight him.
But you could see though, if Boots wanted to stay away from him, he could have. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he cut the ring off, but he just would have had to take a chance to go left, right. But Boots didn't. You're gonna look bad. You know what I'm saying? If you keep boxing like that. So he met him in the middle of the ring and beat his ass a little bit, and then he went back to boxing. But like you say, I don't know what the size of the ring is going to be, but that would definitely benefit Crawford if it's a huge ring. But I think EJ still got the footwork to catch up to Bud. You know what I'm saying? So he can't just pot shot all night. But I could be wrong.
Even if it is a big ring though, he better have his stamina up because trying to move around, and then you lean in, hold and tugging, and then you don't have the punch output altogether. All of those add up to a very bad night for Crawford still.
Oh yeah, here go Bully want to come up. Yeah, he said it might be 20 by 20. He said, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? What they probably agreed on these terms beforehand, ring size, or it just could be the A side to side shit. So I'm pretty sure if it's EJ, it's probably a smaller ring. If Crawford wouldn't sign off on that shit, so I'm pretty sure, Crawford wouldn't sign on some shit for a little tiny ass ring, Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I just dropped it up, Bully. He says, Cash Crypto says EJ is one of the best at cutting off the ring. Yeah, it's underrated. And like I say, because EJ does things in such a basic fashion, people, they're not impressed. He's not doing things like Boots, because Boots were pivoting in that ring, man. That boy was looking nice up in there with the footwork and everything. I dropped the link, Bully, if you want to come on. This is let me see, Re 22215 Philly says, yes, he says Spence is a beast that couldn't. Oh yeah, most definitely, bro, most definitely. So, you coming up, Bowling? Yeah, I just dropped your link, bro. There you go. So who is fighting next weekend? I think Frank Martin is fighting against some guy I don't even know. I never heard of. So I don't know how dangerous he really is. Who is this guy? Let me see. Frank Martin is fighting next week. Let me see. Oh, is it this week? What's going on, Bully? What's happening, bro?
Man, I had to sit quietly and listen. This is a fun show to listen to. I was listening to everything you guys were saying.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, it was a real good show. It was like a lot of good transitions, different guests, interesting fights yesterday.
What did you think?
Man, I thought Boots looked great. I like the whole card in general. I thought Boots did a good job of not letting anybody outshine him on his own card. I thought De Los Santos looked really good in that first fight. It looked like he had outmatched Adorno, which I was really surprised, man. I never heard a guy sit in the corner and complain to his corner that the guy hits really hard. You probably didn't get a chance to hear that because the sound was down. I'm sure you guys were talking in the live stream. I was trying to listen to both, but I heard him a few times say, "Man, this guy hits hard." He was talking about De Los Santos, but Boots had a really game opponent in there. I didn't know what to expect from Villa because I'd only seen that one fight, and I think I saw a piece of the previous fight that he had on Showbox. So I wasn't really sure if he was going to come out the same way that he did against Rashidi Ellis, and I'm surprised that he tried to run with that same game plan. That's what got him beat up. And to be honest with you, I was kind of worried. That fight reminded me of Morrell versus Idos.
Yeah, they put him in the hospital for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if there's two fighters right now in the game, I tell you that I think that are just on a different level in terms of their athleticism and their knowledge in the ring. It's definitely Morrell and Boots. I think they're real similar in talent. I'm not sure which one is better, just like pound for pound speaking, like forgetting about the records. But those two guys are dangerous, man.
Yeah.
You almost feel like it's not fair, and the reality is like Idos was a really good boxer, and Villa is a really good boxer, but these two guys, Boots he's special, and it's going to take a special guy to probably beat him, or he would have to be off his game on that night and maybe get a little too cocky. I don't otherwise like not easy.
Well, let me ask you this, Bully. Did he do what did he do in the fight that like really impressed you? You know what I'm saying, against Villa? Villa is a strong puncher. You know what I'm saying? What did Boots do in the fight to like really impress you?
I mean, I think the question is, what didn't he do? He switched. He shuffled. He shuffled in front of him, like he was pulling punch. I mean, he was throwing uppercuts from way outside. Like, what the hell? Like, what the question is like, what didn't he do? And I'd heard people compare him to Roy Jones, years ago, and I'm like, man, I got to be slow to heap that type of praise on somebody, but he saw that he had a guy in front of him that didn't have stellar defense and that was willing to take a punch, and he took advantage, and he did a few different things. Like I think from the way he started, I think the game plan was to work on. And you remember I gave this criticism to Lubin. I said, man, I think the guy Lubin has it all, but what he's missing is that ring generalship. And I think that's what Boots came to do, because you notice in those first 2 or 3 rounds, like he was jab. He was figuring out his distance. He was looking to see what he could get away with. And then after a round or two, then the fun really began, right? And even then, like his dad pulled him back. His dad pulled him back. So, like I think that there's the talent. The talent is obvious. It's there. But if there's if where he fell down in that last fight against um, Karen
Clear.
was probably like the rig generalship, right? Like you saw him really searching for that. He was not looking to dominate the fight. He was looking to knock him out.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the difference. Like I'm trying to avoid talking about. I'm not going to talk about the Spence Crawford details because I'm not going to talk about either one. Like I told you, man, I've been cursed out too much over this fight, and I'm not giving anybody. You know what I mean? Like,
no, it's passion. Yeah, it's passion. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
People
man.
passionate about it.
Yeah, I know we all have a brain for this, but sometimes I think I say things that other people may not be looking at, and I'm not trying to give the other side any type of game plan or whatever. I hear nothing, I see nothing until after the fight. But anyway, Boots, man, that the talent is obvious, and I enjoyed it. Like I wish that the Villa corner would have. I wish they would have just thrown in the towel like 2 rounds earlier, because even though they said he only has a broken nose, that's what the news report said. Man, he took a hellacious beating, and like Boots is not the type of guy you want to keep taking those types of punches from. So I don't know where that's headed, but man, Boots did look good. At the same time, man, he's hittable. He's there to be hit, and he's not. I mean, he's willing to take those punches, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But over the long haul, like I don't know, man. I don't know how against a different fighter
Mm-hmm.
that could turn out a different way. But at the same time, like they did say that he raises his level as he goes along. So maybe he felt comfortable in those positions, right?
So what would you rate his offense and his defense?
You mean like 1 through 10? Or
Yeah, like 1 through 10.
Against the field, like kind of against the field. Like I think it's
I mean just to himself, like you've seen, Bud defense, you've seen EJ defense, you've seen everybody defense. So I mean, as far as being at that world-class level in that division, what would you rate like his offense, his defense, all that stuff? Like would you say, he got some of the best defense in that division or the best offense in that division, saying A1? What would you rate that?
Man, I think where he is at this point, I'm gonna avoid the number thing, because I still think we haven't seen everything, and I think like I still think that Boots is a work in progress. That's what I see. I think he's still a work in progress, and I think they know that, and I think that's what they were going through in this fight. A big problem sometimes when you get a guy this talented is like there aren't enough good fighters for him to fight like on his level.
Right.
And nobody's just going to jump in there. And at the same time, like there's a lot of smart guys out there. That's why I say I wouldn't want to divulge too much information. They're also not trying to show everything as well. That's what I take away. What I'll say,
because Villa's kind of like, he's like a Luis Collazo type of level fighter. That's what I said. He's kind of like a Luis Collazo, not top, but not not elite.
Well, I think he's Abel Ramos. That's where I look at it, because Abel Ramos is very similar, like heavy power puncher. Remember, like he almost knocked out Ugas in the 12th.
Yeah, the last goddamn 10 seconds of the fight. I mean, he hit Ugas and he didn't know where the hell he was, bro. I was like,
you remember that fight against Perella where Jack Reese stopped the fight and Perella was on his feet with like 1 second to go?
Mm-hmm.
That might be like the worst stoppage in boxing history. It might be.
Well, I mean that, and Midrick Taylor when he lost to Chavez, that was fucked up.
Yeah, that was bad too. I mean, like that one was worse because of the magnitude. But I mean, in terms of like the time and the situation, not talking about the magnitude of the fight, there was 1 second left. He was standing, he was on the rope, and if he let it go, Perella was up on all the cards. Like I don't remember the exact scores, but he was way ahead, way ahead. And
That'd be. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
oh
Go
no.
ahead.
Anyway, my point is not to talk about that, but my point is that I think that's where he's at, and he's probably gonna, just like you guys were saying earlier. Yeah, he'll probably be a gatekeeper, like a high end gatekeeper, if he's able to evolve. Like he's gonna have to evolve after this fight. He just has to. He can't be laying back for 5 rounds and letting somebody punch on him. Like you saw the look in his face at a certain point. He was like, "Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take it," and then Boots hit him with something, and he was like, "Oh hell no, I'm not taking that no more." And he started throwing back. Right? Like he had to do what he had to do, and he hit Boots with some really good punches. But,
yeah, I agree with Cash Crypto, man. Rich still getting on my fucking nerves, bro. He's getting on my nerves. Always breaking up. But I think that was more to hit that helped Villa more than it did Jaron Boots Ennis, because one of those rounds, man, Jaron Boots Ennis, man, he put in so much work, bro. I'm talking about he put in so much work. You can see him physically tired. You know what I'm saying? But he got his, because he's in such great shape, you know what I'm saying? He was able to get his second win immediately. So that's the good thing about staying in the gym for these fighters and being a gym rat, because you can recuperate after you put in some work in a round. And I was just impressed by the work rate of Jaron Boots Ennis in that fight. It wasn't a dull moment in that fight. Not one dull moment. And Villa, you could tell he was a true warrior because he got frustrated and he started coming at Boots. And of course, that kind of helped break him down, coming at Boots. And Boots set those traps and started going to the body, and it was just over for him. It was just over for him. Let's see. But
did that change your mind about Spence versus Boots? Like,
no, like for me, as long as fighters are going, getting in there against the best and who we perceive to be the best, I think those are the best champions. So I'm not like one who's trying to protect EJ or anything like that, but I do think it needs to be something in there for EJ. Like Stevenson, trying to fight Devin Haney, you can't just offer an ass whipping. You got to have something, Of course, they're going to fight for the legacy, but, you got to have something. You got to take that 25%, to get in, because he's the undisputed champion, right? EJ got 3 belts to lose. So you can't just offer an ass whipping, You got to have something else too. So at least you got to become a champion or get something for EJ to want to fight for. Now, if they went up to 154, everything is open up there. They can both close the division off, and then they can meet in the middle. Or if one get 1 belt and one is coming up there and he's the top contender, then I could probably see something. This has to be a situation where, it makes sense. Because right now, EJ is too far ahead, Bud's too far ahead to fight these guys. You know what I'm saying? He's got he's an interim champion right now. And if EJ, he don't want to fight at 147, because he done made the weight. He's kind of almost in the same situation that Devin Haney's in, where he's got to move up. He don't want to come back down and weaken himself. And I think that's a dangerous Errol Spence Jr. up at 154, who's not cutting weight. I think his power level is gonna increase as he go up to 154. He's gonna be a harder hitter at 154 than he is at 147, even going up to 160. So, Jaron Boots Ennis, he's gonna get better and better. I think this would be the best time to fight him because he's just gonna get better and better the more competition he faces, just like EJ got better after he fought Kell Brook and Sean Porter, and he just got better and better. Danny Garcia, this made him a better fighter. So, but I think EJ right now is more complete fighter than Boots. Boots can do a lot of flashy things. He's got power on both hands. He can switch, but that don't mean he's better than EJ. But it do mean he will give EJ a lot of trouble in that ring. I think he'll give him more trouble than Bud Crawford will.
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, when I said that change your mind, I meant did it change your mind? Did that performance change your mind on whether he could beat Spence or not?
I just told you.
Oh,
I
okay.
told you,
Yeah.
EJ is a more complete fighter. You know what I'm saying? Experience wise,
Hmm.
battling out and grinding out wise, pacing yourself in that kind of fight. I think Boots got the leg up on not over pacing himself. He got Boots Ennis right there. And that would be interesting to see a meeting of the minds of the coaches. Boots Ennis versus Derek James' mind. You know what I'm saying? Going into the ring. And I don't know who's probably better because they do have that pedigree on the Boosie side, but I don't think Jaron Boots Ennis is experienced. You know, I think he's experienced enough to give EJ trouble, but I don't think he has all the experience to like pace himself through a fight like that with EJ. He could do that against Villa. When you're talking about somebody who going to your body too, somebody who they can press you out, somebody who can evade shots, somebody who blocks shots, parry, shit like that, and constantly keeping that pressure on you. That'd be good to see. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's more of a threat than Bud Crawford is because of just the way he fights, the different things he can do in the ring. But I think EJ will beat him. But it'll probably be up at 154. You know, I don't think it's going to take place at 147. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah,
Hey, I
I
will
definitely.
say this. I mean, me looking at the fight yesterday, I would have loved to have seen Boots and Terrence Crawford. I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, I don't think Bud will go anywhere near. It took us what 4 years or 5 years to get Bud to fight a step up fighting Earl Spence Jr. Hell, Bud didn't fight Keith Thurman. He didn't fight Danny Garcia, and you know what I'm saying. I mean, he would never go no. He kind of that's why I call him the Black Canelo guys. I call him Black Canelo because he's so strategic in his matchups. And if he was the badass that you know what I'm saying everybody think he is, then he would have went in there and fought. He would have went in there and fought them guys. So I don't think he'll go nowhere near Boots. Plus, you know, he's behind Errol Spence Jr., so he's definitely behind Bud Crawford, who came in 2008, right? He came in 2008, so he's definitely, you know what I'm saying, way out of Boots' class when it comes to talking about fighting the young lions and shit. So I don't see nowhere he'll fight Bud Crawford. He don't even move like that. So, you know, we had to do all this shit, you know what I'm saying, just to get these two in the ring. So you might as well forget about that. But I think Boots would beat Bud Crawford? I do. I don't think Bud Crawford could get up for that fight. Tell you the truth, I don't think he could. I don't think he could get up for that fight. You know, but I think he can get up for EJ and Jamel Charlo because that's unfinished business. There's a lot of animosity there, but I don't think he could get up for Boots Ennis. You know, and how.
I thought I saw something that said that Crawford didn't want to fight Jamel anymore.
No, that's crazy. All the shit they've been talking, every interview calling him. What he called Jamel? He called him a cheerleader or some shit. What did he call him? He called him something. And you know, he kept constantly talking shit about Jamel Charlo. But he's more friendly with Errol Spence Jr. I don't get it. After all the shit he talked over 4 years, it's like he's more friendly with Errol Spence Jr. I would have thought that. Say what now?
He's playing mind games, just psychology, you know.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he met EJ. You know, he should know EJ don't give a damn about none of that, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, but you know, maybe that's just the way Bud thinks. You know, maybe he think it's psychological because you know EJ don't care if y'all friends. He punish friends in sparring. He don't give a damn, bro. You know, so it looked like that would be a useless tactic. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, he just need to go ahead and get his ass in shape and jump in the ring and see what happens. He said, Jonathan Paul says, Cash Crypto, the only reason Crawford is fighting Spence, I think, is because of the bag. So you just may have a point. And I think that's what it is, too. He's fighting for money right now. He's not fighting for legacy. And, you know, I think that you know, if he gets this bag, if he don't get beat up too bad, we might have a second fight. I mean, we might get a second fight out of it. You guys, what y'all think about a rematch?
Bruh, let me tell you this, Pooh. I'm gonna be straight honest. I don't see Terrence Crawford fighting, Charlo at all. Because I think I can see if he beat EJ in this fight, I can see him retiring. I mean, he's already talked about retiring. So I just don't. And Terrence Crawford, a man who told Earl in order to make this fight, he needs to call him. A man who told him that regardless of him being the A side, he got to get paid a certain amount in order to fight him. So what makes us believe that he's going to fight Earl twice and then Charlo a third time? Come on, man. No, I don't see that.
Right.
Yeah, that is true. They have those kind of fights back to back. But he is signed for what, 3 fights? 3 fights, right?
Right. He's signed for those 3 fights. That don't mean he gonna complete that.
I thought it was 2 fights.
2 fights might be 2 fights. Okay, 2 fights.
Yeah, I don't know how any boxer who has never fought at that level of competition can fight Earl Spence and Charlo in his career at 36. Come on, man. Come on.
I mean, we've heard Terrence Crawford before say that he doesn't want to, he doesn't want to take a certain amount of punishment in terms of like, after for he wants to live. I mean, all of them do that, but at the same time, like when you voice that publicly, then that's something that's on your mind. So I mean, I agree, man. When you think about the scenario, like if let's just say if Spence were to beat him up the way Ugas got beat up, yeah, he might just retire, especially if the numbers are really good and he gets a lot of money. And hey, honestly, more power to him because it is a brutal sport, and he's been in the game for a long time. So I wouldn't be mad at him if he did decide to retire. If he takes a really bad beating, or even if he wins and says he calls it quits. I think that's a possibility too. If he were to win, he might call it quits and be like, "Man, you're not getting that get back."
Yeah,
I
can see him
that
doing
is a
that.
possibility. Yeah, 100%. And
But
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that from a humanistic perspective, like I feel like I understand Crawford more. Like if you look at him as a boxer, then that's where the criticism comes in. But if you look at him as a person and you think about him as a person, man, none of us would volunteer to get beat up if it wasn't for a certain amount of money. Like for a certain amount of money, all of us would be sitting there thinking about, man, do I want to get into the ring with this guy? You saying I'll get paid this much? You think about it. But then what's the consequences on the other end? And he's no different from the rest of the world. He's flesh and blood. And he's got a family and he's got kids and everything. So I see that side of it. And I mean, either way, I wouldn't be mad. He's a person at the end of the day. So I can't not look away. But from a boxing perspective, it's just not good when a guy is saying like, is contemplating, like, well, I don't want to get beat up. That's the wrong business, man. Everybody's getting beat up,
But not only did he say he don't want to get beat up, he said he can retire. He's been talking about retirement in the Hall of Fame for the last couple years. So that told me when he started talking about that Hall of Fame, as soon as you say Hall of Fame, that means you're retiring. So that's when I started knowing that for somebody to tell me that this, I just don't believe anything Bud said. Bud is about Bud, and he's and I can appreciate it because he's from Omaha. He from a small town, and he's from Omaha, and he's about those who've been with him from day one. So when he's man, basically got his parachute.
Well, I can also see Bud retiring after the EJ fight, recuperating, and then trying to come back to fight Jermell Charlo. That's a possibility. If Jermell Charlo don't, get out the game before that happens, because it's hard. One thing about fighters, it's hard for them to retire when they can still fight a couple of fights. And what I see, I can see Bud retiring, healing, and coming back and trying to get that Jermell Charlo win. Just like we saw Roy Jones Jr. popped back in and out, you know what I'm saying? And Floyd and Sugar Ray Leonard, you know what I'm saying? We seen them just couldn't retire. Only person I've seen like really retire that was Hagler and Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying? They retired, you know what I'm saying? But everybody else they had to pop back in for one more fight. Floyd, he did that shit forever, just retiring and coming back in. It's gonna be hard for me to believe that Terrence Crawford would stay retired without coming back for another bag. You know what I'm saying? And there's big money for Terrence Crawford on the other side. You know what I'm saying? If he did get his ass whipped and then retire and come back, it'll be a lot of money waiting for him. A huge bag. So I can see him doing that, man. I can see him. What's going on, Kareem? What's happening?
What's up, Paul?
Well, chilling, just talking a little boxing.
Man, I don't see this dude retiring no time soon because PBC probably gonna throw some more money his way, and he's gonna get in there with some lower level competition. And I can care less about this guy's humanity. He didn't cause stir-ups with the boxing community for the last few years with the lies, the contradictions, and all that stuff. He's a professional boxer. He's not compared to none of us. He has skills that he's promoted himself to make sure that he can get this money from Earl Spence. So now he's if anything, he's a scumbag, if you ask me.
Damn.
And it is not. I'm not saying that because I don't know him, but what he show you is your standard round the corner nigga type shit is what he's been showing. Earl on the other side has been professional. He's been keeping his mouth closed when it comes to putting stuff out there. But this guy got a clan of people around him who ain't been doing nothing but unprofessional stuff when it comes to boxing talk. It's almost like WWE, WWF. Let's go with WWF. How you had your whole crew come out there and we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. That's what he's doing with his friends. And for the life of me, what makes him even more scumbag is he's co-signing this stuff without saying anything. Because a lot of everybody know that he's not saying anything about the stuff that Bernie says, right? He don't come out and say nothing about the stuff that Bernie says, but Bernie continue to keep running his goddamn mouth. Just like what Earl Spence said to him when they had that meetup in Oklahoma, I think it was. Check your home. Check your. You know what he said? Check him. He should have been checked that dude, straightened that dude out, and it should have been a little bit more civil than the lies and the back and forth that he created. He created a lot of the shit.
Well, let me stop you right there, bro, because one thing you ain't gonna do on my channel is talk about that scumbag. I'm the only one to call him a scumbag. I agree with you. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. He is a scumbag. Well, when it comes to his personal character, you know what I'm saying, and I'm not talking about him as a father or stuff like that, but when who he surrounds himself with, like I think this goes back to his childhood, who he had around him. I think that was Bomac, because Bomac was a fighter. And he kept Bomac on, and he kept Bernie on, and these are the people that influenced him. And then you look at the people that's beside EJ. EJ got more structured, even though he do got some wild Yellow Beezy. He got some wild dudes around. Had some wild dudes around. But as these guys grew up before our eyes, right? So we seen them, different transitions in their life. Who they, you know how you go through life. So you can't be around certain people because they draw you into certain things, and we got to look at that. Bud Crawford got the same people around him that he brought up that believed in him. So those guys they may not be as couth as the people around Errol Spence Jr. And I'm not saying that Errol Spence Jr. people are like high class, some shit like that. But what I'm saying is like you deal with who you deal with, and I think they got a major influence on Bud and his mentality. They keep him pumped up. You got somebody whispering in your ear, man, you're the best in the world. You know what I'm saying? And Terrence Crawford is one of them people. He's got loyalty to those guys that was with him from day one. So that's what we're seeing. Them guys may not be the best communicators professionally, but they help build Terrence Crawford confidence, and that's what's important. Terrence loyalty and stuff like that. And so I don't know, if Bud is the same. Well, I guess we could say that because he kind of run up on people the way he did Derek James, and
Yeah.
so he got a little bit of frog in him. He got a little bit of ghetto trash in him. But what I'm saying, but sometimes, listen in, let me finish. Sometimes that make you the fighter that you are. You got to have a little arrogance. You got to have a little assholishness in you. Even EJ. Saying EJ got that shit too. Saying before he calmed down and shit. I bet EJ was a asshole. So he lived a flashy and bully type shit. I heard EJ was a bully too. So he's just low key, he's cool. And but you got to have something like that in you to do this kind of stuff. Saying to go up and bash people upside the head for money. You got to have something in you. Saying not everybody can get in the ring and do this shit consistently and train for other motherfuckers who train against you. You got to have something in you that's a little fucked up. You got to have a little something in you that's a little messed up. Just like football players, some of the most arrogant son of bitches. But that same thing that you hate about them is what make them great athletes. You see what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Leonard was an asshole. Most of these athletes are assholes, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying like y'all understand what I'm saying? Like you gotta.
Yeah, I'm not calling him an asshole. I just think he has like.
Oh, he an asshole. Go ahead. I'm just.
Remember that in his own little crew. He may be like the one guy that's leading the pack. Remember when they met up, right? The one guy started saying shit to Spence. That was out of line, and you should have your homie in check. You shouldn't. This is a professional conversation going on between two professionals. They got a promoter there. They got a whole boxing universe around them. You got the street nigga saying something to me. You got the dude that you bought off the street saying something to me when you know that could get serious. In that point in time, because I don't remember I seen the whole thing, and I don't remember seeing Bud. They didn't record it. They didn't have it on video recording, so I didn't see him say, "Yo, man, back off, man. This ain't got nothing to do with you." See, that's you got your little cheerleader, and he's jumping up, and he's talking about some serious shit. Where Earl Spence is talking about them trying to make a fight or challenging each other. See, that's one of the things that I took key on his personality. And another thing, the thing with Gary Russell Jr. What makes Gary Russell punch you in your mouth? Well, how far do you have to go with the guy that you were professional with to make him punch you in your mouth? You had to do something strange or strongly, out of line for that dude to have punched you in your mouth. Then the stuff that Kenny Porter said about him, with him, challenging Kenny Porter. Then what we see with him running up on Derek James, it's the wrong type of attitude for that type of atmosphere. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is that's the kind of pathology that you have with fighters that make them great fighters. You know what I'm saying? It's like we may not like it, but you got to have to be a gladiator. You got to have a little fire in you. You know what I'm saying? A little mental instability, a little fucked up character.
I don't see that in other people though, like Danny Garcia.
But but what I'm trying to tell you, like you don't know what these guys are like when you meet them, or hang out with them. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw EJ, he was punching, he was going body to body with another one. I don't know who that was, but it was on the footage. Right. Well, but I'm just saying, like you got to have that edge, and that edge sometimes make you, whether it's you're a bully. Whether it's, you got to have something that pushes you over the top, that keeps you at the top, you know what I'm saying? And I think that for Bud, I think that's his people around him, keeping him, pumped up, keeping that edge, him challenging people, him having to show off. That's all part of his makeup. You know what I'm saying? That's all part of who he is, you know what I'm saying? When you with your family, you're different. You different with different people. What they bring out in you. And I think Bernie the Boxer brings out that fight and whatever it is, that support that Bud needs. He needs to feed off this shit from Bernie and Bomac. And
Go ahead. I think somebody called him Napoleon one time. At one point in time, I was listening.
Who called him Napoleon?
Somebody said he has a Napoleon type of attitude.
Oh, you talking about Napoleon complex?
Yeah, like his whole
You're talking
complex.
about Bud or Bernie?
Bud, not Bernie. Bernie's
Oh.
retarded. Bernie's just plain old like
Oh,
like, come on, man, because that dude he say shit that just don't even make sense. That send you outside. Like, yeah, I mean, it's all right to be all about your homie, but he be online blasting like all types of weird stuff. Like it doesn't even make sense half of the time. So
Bernie rides for his guys, so he's gonna.
Yeah, but you don't have.
I mean, Bernie will say any. For what I've seen over the years, he'll say anything to protect his guy. That's just who he is. That's what he does. So, doesn't
but
surprise me at this point.
but like if you in the streets and you trying to protect your home, your homie is wrong. You don't broadcast it out to the universe. You just don't play those games. You don't go out talking about oh that's my man and I'm protecting him and everybody else in the world is against him and the stuff that he does. You don't do that. You leave it alone. You don't say anything about it. But you don't have a channel based on and have lives based on like he's the greatest sliced piece of bread in the world. It's just like man.
Well, he makes Bud a victim. He make Bud a victim.
Exactly.
Exactly. And men hate shit like that. We don't like soft ass shit.
It's the same thing they do in boxing where they promote the shit out of these guys. When you're looking at them, you can't quite see what it is that they're talking about, but they will get on it. Just like with the Lomachenko thing. Remember that one fight he had? They had him. He was I think he was 16-0, but he was really 16-1. And ESPN blasted.
Oh, ESPN, yeah, first take.
Yeah, right, shit like that. Like, come on, y'all
they
know
erased
better.
the one. They erased the one and made it a O. On first take. Yeah, I remember that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
he's the next best thing to Muhammad Ali. You will make a motherfucker hate your fighter saying dumb shit like that, and that's what.
Well, even Lomachenko didn't co-sign on that. A lot of that stuff, if you look at Lomachenko, he's one of the realest, bro, when it comes to now. Just lately, he's been capping. About he feel like he never took a loss and shit like that. But as far as the promotion, I don't think Lomachenko ever been down with his promotion. It's like two different things. But lately, he's been getting on board with the bullshit.
Yeah, it doesn't take that much for the devil to convince you. And basically, what we're seeing in Terrence Bud Crawford is him being convinced of all the stuff that's going on YouTube. He repeats in interviews the same shit that I hear guys, fans of his talking in interviews. He repeats the same shit that they're saying. And I'm like, oh, that's how that works. That's why he believes that Gamboa and all those guys was that fucking good when he fought them because his fans is repeating it. Prior to his fans repeating this shit, I never heard him speak up on Gamboa or any of those fighters until they started speaking about it. His fans, then you start hearing him have interviews talking about that. Actually, it really never seen no interviews too much on him up until recently. So he really never sat down and had interviews back then to actually be asked about his opponents. So, but with his fans going out there and cheerleading for him, making it seem like those guys were something, he's saying that stupid shit now, and he should know better than that.
Well, I think we got it mixed up because we boxing nerds and stuff, and these fighters, they don't really follow boxing like that. Not a whole bunch of them. They don't follow boxing as close as we do. A lot of them don't even know what how these sanctioning bodies work. You'll be surprised by that. How many boxers really follow the sport like that? A lot of them don't know all this shit. A lot of them just get in there and fight. And Bud is one of those type of fighters. He's not really one of them dudes that follow everything. I think recently, maybe more now that he's getting more publicity, he followed the sport a little bit closer than what people are saying. Or you got Bernie the Boxer keeping him up on game, keeping his ear to the street. But Bud ain't one of them type people that keeps up with shit like that. He just going by what his boys talking in their little group. And I could just tell it by the way the things he say, because some of the talking points are old, like he was saying. Some of the shit he say, you know, that shit is old as hell. And it's like he's kind of getting, I guess he got Bernie out there to keep his ears to the ground, to keep him informed of what's going on YouTube and things like that. So, you know, Bud is just a dude that he gets in the ring, he wants to do what he got to do. He really, I'm surprised that he's promoting the fight this much. You know what I'm saying? But this being one of his biggest bags, you know what I'm saying? I see how they got Bud kind of out of his comfort zone and really, you know, say got him focused on this fight. So, but like Crypto said, Cash Crypto, I think it's like you know, say he's just doing everything he can to do his part. It's probably in the contract where he got to do these promotions and stuff. So I just think this is his biggest fight, and he's stepping up, showing what he can do. And he should have been doing this shit at Top Rank because his profile would have been bigger.
You remember what he said when he was at Top Rank about him promoting himself, right?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah. Well, just imagine if he would have did the things he did in the last 2 years. You know, starting in 2008 and just started promoting himself. Shit, you know, he would be a huge star. You know, what I'm saying, before he even met Earl Spence Jr. You know, what I'm saying, he's a big star to us because we watched him. You know, what I'm saying, as hardcore boxing fans, but to everybody else, they don't know who the hell he is. You know what I'm saying? Before we got social media, before we got social media like that.
This goes into that scumbag shit because I was listening. I was listening to Bomac, and I realized that he didn't start off at a higher weight. He started off his career being able to be in the 140 and the 147 division. He went all the way down. He started off down 135 and was pulling guys up from 126. I was like, well, hold up a second. Then I started thinking, like, yeah, half of those fucking guys he fought that he's talking about he's better than, or what made him great, they all came up to fight him.
Hold on, let me drop the link for Randy Savage because you've been talking a lot of shit out there.
Hey, Paul, I meant to ask
that's for you. That's for you, Randy. That's for you, Randy Savage. Really? Come on up here because you've been talking a lot of shit in the
Randy Savage has been going hard.
Yeah, come on up, my brother. Mm-hmm.
I meant to ask you if you think that there's any resentment, like there's narratives that we talk about, right? But like the boxers, I know they have a different narrative, and I think like there's some resentment from some guys, definitely from Sean Porter, about the push that Spence got. You know, he was the Olympian. He was considered the top Olympian in the thing. He got the Mikey Garcia fight. He was more the headliner when the two of them fought. I mean, it was 50-50, but I mean, I think more people were backing Spence. And I, you know, when I see so many guys picking against them, I'm almost like there has to be some resentment because I mean, usually you don't see like a big push in one direction, and Spence was the betting favorite until all these pros started coming out and saying we back Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what turned the betting line. I've been watching it closely. It happened like it must have happened I think around the top of the year, like near the time when we had Tank versus Hector Garcia. You remember right I think right around then. You remember when it was just a bunch of different fighters like, oh, we back Crawford.
Right. Yeah. You had Bernard Hopkins. He changed his mind.
Now he did. Yeah, mm-hmm. but back then when the odds switched over was when there was this just big rush of guys backing Crawford. So I kind of wondered, like, and I know that tension between
Mike Tyson.
Yeah, Mike Tyson. So I kind of wonder, like, you know, in some of these, in the back rooms and stuff, that like some guys feel some resentment, like, man, this guy gets all this backing, you know, the people are behind him, you know, like I remember years ago hearing some guy, he was like, man, you know, a lot of good fighters out here, but all the kids like Spence. Like I heard somebody say this on YouTube. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I think they make a prediction on the popularity at first, what everybody's saying. Then they go back and do their homework, like Mike Tyson did. And even though he's still picking Crawford, you can see him change in his tone when he's seen Spence fight. When he finally went and watched some fights, you know what I'm saying, he started changing his tone on the fight. So this is that kind of fight though, where people are going to go back and forth as they watch you know what I'm saying, the different fights, you know, because most people think it's 50-50. I don't think it's 50-50, you know what I'm saying? I think Spence got too much for Crawford. I like Crawford's skill set, but a lot of people see this as a 50-50 fight. They're going to go back and forth. Mhm.
You know what? Crawford fans be seeing when they see Crawford in the ring.
What they see?
Something's twisted in their minds, and they're seeing Boots Ennis run around the ring like that. That's what they're seeing when they thinking Terrence is doing all this stuff. They're seeing Boots Ennis. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. Yeah. They think he's going to be moving like he did at 140, 135.
Moving around and fighting like he was. They're representing Crawford that way. They gonna have a rude awakening.
Yeah, but see, they don't understand how real 36 years old is, and when you can get away with that if your skill level is way over the opponent that you're fighting. And that's the whole thing we be talking about on my channel, is that you can look good and great against dudes who are not elite. And see, that's the thing. They when you try to make that distinction from Crawford not fighting the elite, you know what I'm saying, to fighting somebody who is elite, like a Errol Spence Jr., then he's not going to be able to do all them things, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, stay away and pot shot for 12 rounds. No, you fighting a dude that's breaking you down to your body. So with that alone, and then adding on the age, it's like they don't understand that Crawford ain't 28 no more. They don't understand that Crawford ain't that dude that can just, you know what I'm saying, evade punches with his legs for 12 rounds. You know, 36 is different. He different, bro. Spence, he's 33, you know what I'm saying? He done slowed down from where he was, you know what I'm saying, at 24, 25. You know, so that's why Boots have a chance in the fights, you know, against these guys, because now they're in their 30s. He's still in his 20s. He still got that young man energy, you know what I'm saying? So that vitality, so he can get fucked up a whole lot more than them and still keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? Because he just got that vitality of a young man. So Spence is 33, Crawford is 36, even though he hasn't been in a car accident. You know what I'm saying? Spence is still the big bulldozer. You know, he's the natural welterweight. So he can absorb more than Bud can. So, you know, I know Bud got a lot of will and determination. And that's what people thinking, you know what I'm saying, he's meaner than Spence, or, you know, something like that. I don't believe that. I think Bud is a smaller, great fighter, and I think EJ is the bigger great fighter. So he's going to be able to take more than Bud can dish out. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Bud could take what EJ dish out, not for 12 rounds. You know what I'm saying, without losing, or, you know what I'm saying, getting knocked down, or you know what I'm saying, getting TKO'd. You know what I'm saying, by the 10th or 9th round, somewhere up in there. I think he's gonna really grind Bud ass up like a pencil sharpener. You know what I'm saying? And he's just gonna eat his ass up. It's gonna be shavings everywhere of Bud ass all over the ring. You know what I'm saying? I just really think that. You know. But let me see. Let's see. Jonathan said their career collapse. He said, yeah. He said, Jonathan, yeah, but Crawford is a lying motherfucker. Yeah, no doubt. But we're gonna leave it right there, because man, I've been on for 4 hours and stuff, you know what I'm saying? We'll be, you know what I'm saying, just tune in. If I have time tomorrow, we'll come on back on, man. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate it. Oh, no doubt, man. You know what I'm saying? When I get off, I try to make up for it. You know, I appreciate that. Yeah, tune in tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? You come back, we'll talk some more boxing, you know.
What time tomorrow are you coming on?
Oh, shoot, probably about 2 o'clock if I don't get no load in or something like that. But I doubt if I get a load tomorrow, so.
All right, cool.
But tune in, Andre Smith, Be That God, Jonathan Parks, you know, y'all, thanks for tuning in. J Wash 4, you know what I'm saying? We'll see you guys, you know what I'm saying, tomorrow, you know. Peace out.